Live streaming man.
Hello, Professor Alisa.
Yes.
Are you talking
Yes.
to? Oh yeah, are you talking to me or you just?
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
Can I test? Can I test my my PowerPoint if it is being seen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'll try. Because we have some problem here.
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah,
but you have to disable. You have to enable me.
Mm-hmm. But it's not started yet.
Okay. This is just a test.
Okay. Sorry.
A test.
Okay.
A test. Try.
Yeah.
Try.
I know.
Okay. Do you see it?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, that is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But sometimes the loading is take too long.
Take too long.
Of the yeah, because of the signal or the
So it's there. Do you see it?
Not yet.
Oh. Then tabang apa sih?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Have you seen your PPT to Abida? If you already send it to Abida, maybe the operator can.
What is the email address of Abida? I send it to email.
Okay, I'll check at the WhatsApp group first.
You kindly ask him if he has my PowerPoint. I sent it to
Abida. Okay, I'll check.
Abida. I don't know if that is Abida.
Okay, yeah. I'll check it to Abida.
Please.
Yeah.
So we'll not have some problem later.
Okay, thank you, Alisa.
Okay.
Oh. Hello, Professor Alisa. We have already. We have had
Masalah penelitian, ya masalah itu adalah sesuatu yang perlu diselesaikan. Ya.
Professor Alisa, we have had already your PPT. So the
terima kasih.
Yeah. So
terima kasih. So when I present, they will help me when I present.
Yes, we will.
Okay.
The operator will help you. Yeah. Okay. You're welcome.
Okay.
Aku mikirin temanku 300 satu paket. Udah sama ini judulnya.
Saya mulai dulu.
Kayak anak ni di rumah tu.
Iya, Malaysia.
Tapi apa sih ini di mana ya? Yolah, yolah. So dekat aku. Oh, dia ada aku momen seksi. Apa ya?
Pak Mus ada.
Sister Ibu, what time do we start? Is it 9 o'clock or
Okay.
10?
No.
Because we're an hour.
Yeah, we will start now in 1 minute. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So it's 8 o'clock in the Jakarta time. Which is 9 o'clock in the Philippines.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
1 hour difference. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah. All the audience, with your please your attention, please. Before we are going to the agenda, we will inform you about the rule of this webinar today. So first, all the attendees are requested to activate the camera as form of attendance and enthusiasm for participating this event. And second, the audience is requested to turn off the microphone so that this event can run well solemnly. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our webinar today in a minute. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahilladzi faddala bani Adam bil ilmi wal amal ala jami'il alam. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidil arabi wal ajam wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ya nabi al ulumi wal hikam, amma ba'd.
Your Excellency, Director of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, Professor Dr. Phil Al-Makin, MA, the Honorable Vice Dean of Da'wah and Communication Faculty, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, Dr. Mustafa, MSc, the Honorable President of Asian and Pacific Association for Social Work Education, APESWE, Professor Zulkarnain Ahmad Hatta, DSW. Respectable Siti Solehah Esos, MSc, the leader of Social Work Department, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. Respectable Dr. Zulkifli Lesi, PhD, Lecturer of Social Work Department, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. Okay, I take over it. Respectable our speakers, I'm Izul Haq, MSc, Lecturer of Social Work Department, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. Professor Dr. Bagian Alisa Ahmad Abdul Karim, College of Social Work and Community Department, Western Mindanao State University, Philippines. Dr. Maliki, Director of Poverty Reduction and Community Development. Professor Madya Dr. Zarina Binti Matsaat, Applied Psychology, Social Work and Policy, UMM College of Art and Science. All lecturers and staff of Social Work Department, Dakwah and Communication Faculty, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, and also all the audience. Firstly, let's say thanks to our God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Lord of the world, the Lord of the universe, who has been giving us His blessing and mercies that we can attend and gather in this webinar without any obstacles. Secondly, my peace and salutation be upon our best Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us into the right ways of life, that Islam.
All of the audiences, we are apologizing because of the signal. The master ceremony cannot continue to guide the seminar. So I think as a committee will try to handle this event. So the first agenda is we will hear the song of Indonesia Raya. So, we have already Ayuzada Devina. So Ayuzada, can you handle the opening ceremony?
I will. Sorry for the bad connection. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to International Webinar with the theme Social Work and Islam, Theory, Practice, and Policy. Here I am, Ayuzada Devina Kusumarastiti, and my friend Kuni Hasana as the Master of Ceremony. Let us guide this webinar today. But before starting our agenda, let us explain of our several agendas. The first agenda is opening. The second agenda is reciting the Holy Quran. The third agenda is singing Indonesia National Anthem and Hymn of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. The fourth agenda is speech by some speakers. The fifth agenda is our main session, that's international webinar with the theme Social Work and Islam, Theory, Practice, and Policy. And our last agenda is closing. All blessed audience, the first agenda is opening. Let's start this agenda by saying Basmalah together.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Thank you very much. By this Basmalah, our agenda can run well such as our wish. Amin.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the second agenda is reciting Holy Quran that will be read by Ahmad Abrori, the student of social work, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University. To Abrori, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. وقضى ربك ألا تعبدوا إلا إياه ألا تعبدوا إلا إياه وبالوالدين إحسانا إما يبلغن عندك الكبر أحدهما أو كلاهما فلا تقل لهما فلا تقل لهما أف ولا تنهرهما وقل لهما قولا كريما واخفض لهما جناح الذل من الرحمة وقل رب ارحمهما كما ربياني صغيرا ربكم أعلم بما في نفوسكم إن تكونوا صالحين فإنه كان للأوابين غفورا وآت ذا القربى حقه والمسكين وابن السبيل ولا تبذر تبذيرا إن المبذرين كانوا إخوان الشياطين وكان الشيطان لربه كفورا وإما تعرضن عنهم ابتغاء رحمة من ربك ابتغاء رحمة ولا تبسطها كل البسط فتقعد ملوما محسورا الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
wabarakatuh.
Sadaqallahul azim wa sadaqu rasuluhul karim wa nahnu ala dzalika minasyahidin. Thank you very much to Ahmad Abrori.
Okay, the third agenda is singing Indonesia national anthem and singing hymn of UIN Sunan Kalijaga and will be led by the committee. All the audience, please turn on your camera.
Maafin. Masa sih air ditungguin tinggal aja, Pak?
Telepon kamu gini. Dia tidak kasih yang lain juga. Ada yang tidak kasih. Kamu ini. Kenapa saya tidak? Itu bisa tanya kenapa?
Okay, thank you very much. And sorry, there was a technical problem. And yeah, the second is opening speech from our rector.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, step on to the first agenda is speech by some speakers. Yeah, the first is welcoming speech from our Vice Dean of Dakwah and Communication Faculty, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, Dr. Mustafa MSE. The golden time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala abdika wa rasulika Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi asma'in. Good morning. The Honorable Professor Dr. Zulkarnain Hatta, President of APASWE, Professor Zarina Matsaat from University of Utara Malaysia, Professor Dr. Bagian Alisha Ahmad from Western State Mindanao University, Dr. Maliki, Director of Penanggulangan Kemiskinan dan Pemberdayaan Masyarakat, Mas Izul Haq, MSc, Kandidat Doktor from McGill University, Professor Al-Makin, our rector of UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta, and also all presenters of this webinar and all participants. Thank you for each and every one of you for being here. We are very pleased to be able to welcome those of you here with us today. Today on Tuesday, September 14, 2021 in this international webinar. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously helped this webinar. Sorry that I could not mention one by one of our personally. To make this webinar become success. Actually, we could not have it without you all. Well, ladies and gentlemen, dakwah activity is known as an activity for social or human welfare. It could be in the form of living in peace, comfortable, and also having prosperous life. Islam is a religion that teaches or bring us of it. Then social work becomes one of activities that help human to live in peace, comfortable, and also prosperously. It is fair or reasonable that Islam takes part in developing social work issues. It is expected not only from the thoughts but also form of activities that will reach the goal that is human or social welfare. Sorry. So this webinar will be appropriate for us to share our opinions or ideas of some spiritual rules or paths, and also Islam for human or social welfare. Still in the spirit of togetherness, programs to the Kesejahteraan Sosial or Social Welfare Department of UIN Sunan Kalijaga has duties to develop some studies of social work and should be to equip the college student of these issues for the social work movement of Indonesia, or maybe in the work then implement in social life. Okay, I don't want to take too much of your time, and today will be fun and full of learning and sharing. So again, let me say to say a very warm welcome to each and every one of you, and thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi
warahmatullahi.
wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Mustafa.
Okay, the second is opening speech from our rector, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, Professor Dr. Phil Almakin MA. The stage has been waiting for you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, the Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Dr. Mustafa, welcome us and open the ceremony this morning. And I would like also to greet all of those who attend in this conference. Thank you very much for spending time, and we wish all have a grateful and good day. And please also welcome all honorable guests from outside the country during the time of pandemic. Thankfully, yesterday we heard the President of Indonesia who delivered a message that in terms of statistic, Indonesia very lucky and very fortunate to show the decline of those who infected by the coronavirus, and in terms of the number of deaths also significantly increased. It should be very grateful. For the committee of the conference, I would like to congratulate this conference happening, without whom this conference is not going to be possible. To the Dean of the Faculty of the Da'wah, Ibu Profesor Marhumah, to the Head of the Department, Ibu Solihah, and all of the crews, the lecturers, students, thank you and congratulations for this conference. Talking about social work, it's really very challenging today. And there are some development that we are very happy to see. Because one of our strengths and our tradition is, of course, in terms of religiosity and religious identity. And in the field of social work, this has a special place. In terms of crisis, religious identity indeed play a very significant role. And in the level of individual as well as in the level of collective. And we are very happy that we try to contribute to the issues in social work in terms of our Islamic traditions. And indeed, this issue has attracted particular attention in the field of Islamic studies, religious studies, sociology, anthropology, that indeed the issues of religious sentiments, religious emotions, and more particularly religious identity is a factor that we should consider. And our campus, Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, is very proud as being the first campus to open a service for difabel students with special needs. And we integrate learning and teaching with those in need, and we do not segregate those who has a special need, and for the rest of the students mingle and help each other. And to be very honest, in terms of national level, Sunan Kalijaga has played a very important role in opening the centers of difabel students in other universities. We could say that we are pioneer in doing that. And in a postgraduate faculty, we also open a program of interdisciplinary, and social work is part of it. And in this faculty of Dakwah, we develop a study of social work. And in this conference, I think will play significant roles, and we wish to set a very important light in the issue of social work and how it relates to Islamic traditions. We wish this conference is very productive. We wish this conference has a prolific impact on the issues, leading to publication and further discussion to lead to produce new insights and new views and new hypotheses on how we should serve the best for our university as a part of our academic world and as well as part of humanity. And we are very proud of that because our predecessors during the administration of rectors prior to us has begun this endeavor, and we carry on the torch and continue what they have done. And once again, I would like to congratulate this conference, and we wish everything is all right and everybody is happy and stay healthy, and everybody is eager to contribute in this conference. Thank you very much and congratulations. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Mr. Dr. Al-Makin. And yeah, the third is keynote speech from President of Asian and Pacific Association for Social Work Education, APESWE, Professor Zulkarnain Ahmad Hatta, GSW. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Respected and Honorable Professor Dr. Al-Makin, Professor Dr. Mustafa, Professor Dr. Haji Marhumah, and all attendees. Thank you to UIN Sunan Kalijaga for inviting me to this auspicious and important international webinar. The theme of social work and Islam is timely as one begins to ask questions about the state of social work education and practice we in Muslim countries are practicing presently. I hope my audio is okay and video is okay. Okay. Sometimes the connection is not good, so this is the problem we're facing sometimes through online. I am Zulkarnain Ahmad Hatta, presently the president of APASWE. I'm in Malaysia. So am I allowed to share my screen, please?
Hello, Mas Habib.
Okay, can you see?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay,
we can.
thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so the contents of my speech will follow as this. I will go a brief introduction, and then we will look into the convergence between the teachings of Islam and core social work values, which is one of the objectives of this webinar meeting. And then we will look into the current situation of where we are. Thereafter, we will look into the roles of Islamic knowledge within the practice of social work. And moving along to looking into the movement, existing movement towards advancing Islamic social work curriculum and practice. And finally, some conclusion remarks. Let us begin with the introduction of what is the primary mission of social work. Just a brief look into the primary mission of social work as agreed upon by the major international bodies of social work such as IAASW and IFSW. It says that the primary mission of social work profession is to enhance human well-being and help meet the basic human needs of all people with particular attention to the empowerment of those who are vulnerable, oppressed, and living in difficulties. Social workers promote social justice, human rights, and positive social change in society. So what does Islam say about that? Islam, as we understood it, it is a way of life. Islam is a way of life. It is not simply a ritual. It is a deen. It complements with the mission of social work. According to the teachings of Islam, as most of us understand it, it is only in serving people that one shall have Allah's blessing and mercy. The teachings of Islam are based on two main principles, and you are familiar with these two terms, Hablu min Allah and Hablu minan Nas. We are familiar with that term. It's an Arabic term which means the first Hablu min Allah means our relation, humankind relation to the Creator, to Allah. And Hablu minan Nas is our relation with one another. These are the foundation of relationships to fulfill both physical and spiritual concerns. The two principles are derived from the verse in Holy Quran, Surah 3, Ayat 112, translation of which in English it says, shame is pitched over them like a tent, wherever they are found, except when under a covenant of protection from Allah and from men. So Hablu min Allah and Hablu minan Nas is being extracted from this or derived from this ayat. We believe in the 6 principles in Islam. Yani, after believing in Allah, we believe in the existence of angels, malaikah. We believe in all the prophets. We believe in the holy books, the scrolls, the Psalms, the Torah, Gospel, and finally, Holy Quran. We believe in Yawm al-Qiyamah, Judgment Day, and predestination. A Muslim then must translate his or her faith into actions to service to humanity. Hence, Muslims understand themselves, their community, and others through the religion and its civilization, which could in turn as guiding principles for many people across the universe. Let us look into the convergence between the teachings of Islam and the core social work values as we understand it. There is a convergence between the teachings of Islam and the core social work values that includes upholding human dignity, social justice, helping the needy, and integrity. Many points of merging can be identified between the dominant conceptions in mainstream social work and the teachings of Islam. I will not get into the details of it. it is for another occasion. But this is just to give us a guide, a framework, a concept of where we are heading and where we are at now. In line with the common denominator of helping others, that is the common denominator in both the core values of social work and the core values of Islam, is helping others. Social work derives and shares many of its values and principles from mainstream religions, and Islam being one of them. Okay? Looking at the current situation, Islamic societies around the world are influenced by Islam as well as the local values, knowledge, and norms through social work, though social work in Islamic societies is very much dominated by Eurocentric values and knowledge. So here you have a justification. We are brought and influenced by our religion and social cultural values. On the other hand, social education and social practice in many Muslim countries are being dominated by Eurocentric values and knowledge. Many are still adhering to a 19th century positivist empiricist epistemology, hampered the inclusion of Islamic religious concepts in professional social work practice and education. One of the reasons is that there are not much literature and research on the subject matter. The profession of social work that originates from North America and Europe is widely recognized as secular and progressive across the globe. The influence of religion on social work profession had almost been ignored in the last century, though it is currently gaining some acceptance. Alhamdulillah. Looking at many Muslim countries that do have the profession of social work, it is important to begin the conversation. We have to begin the conversation on the values of religion that may help social workers connect themselves to their religion rather than alienating themselves from it. Social work grew out of humanitarian and democratic ideas based on values like equality, worth, and dignity of all people in society. Establishing human rights and social justice are the main motivations behind the profession of social work. Social work strives to alleviate poverty and makes the vulnerable and oppressed people stronger in order to achieve inclusive development. Professional social workers across the world are familiar with social work knowledge, skills, and techniques based on Western societies, since modern social work was born in Europe and developed in North America. The process of familiarization of the values of Islam that are aligned with social values, which could be instrumental in bringing about positive changes in the Islamic societies, has to begin now rather than later. Faith-based practice in social profession has never come into prominence, especially to the secular practitioners. Despite the advancements of the practice of professional social work in multicultural settings, Islamic teachings have not yet been incorporated substantially into the practice of social work with Muslims in many Muslim countries under consideration till date. Occasionally, there might be one or two Islamic courses that are being offered, while the majority of the universities, perhaps UIN's is an exception, and I'm happy about that. But while majority of the universities do not offer Islamic courses as core or elective subjects, we have done some studies both in Malaysia and Bangladesh, and it is evident that what I have just stated is a fact. There is also an absence of any meaningful indigenized courses offered in these countries. As social work has already been internationalized over the years, the movement of indigenization of social work has currently been gaining momentum worldwide, Therefore, Islamic concepts and principles of social work in Muslim countries in general has to be a potential discourse at the curriculum level, practice level, and policy level. Muslims should now turn their focus on how Islamic and local knowledge can start to ask questions on the viability of Eurocentric social work practice. It also shows the possibility of incorporating Islamic and local knowledge into modern social work profession aimed at serving the Muslim better, our clients. So now let us look briefly the roles of Islamic knowledge within the practice of social work. As mentioned earlier, Islam is comprehensive. It is the way of life. It is a deen that guides a Muslim behavior in all phases of his life and its contingencies. You cannot claim to be Muslim, but yet when you separate your Islamic role from your professional role, that is not a deen. The teachings of Islam and core social values are entrusted with upholding human dignity, social justice, helping the needy, and integrity. A number of scholars, Western scholars, way back in 1994, names that you are familiar with, such as Sheridan, Wilmer, and Atchison, advocated for a greater presence of religion in social work curriculum and the origin of the definition of social work from religious values. Now, these are Western people. Based on Holy Quran and Holy Hadith, it is reasonable that social work services in Muslim countries should take into account the Islamic core values and ethical standards. Therefore, local social workers need to integrate spirituality and religiosity of Islam into the imported model of social work. Scholars such as Gray and Pula and friends have questioned the effectiveness of Western model of social work and asked the academics of importing countries to ponder over indigenized and decolonial approach in order to reshape social work taking local conditions and values into consideration. Social workers in Muslim countries have to understand both religious guidelines and local knowledge in practicing social work. From religious input, local cultures and tradition have to be taken into consideration as well in both revising, if that's what we want to go, the curriculum and practice in social work, which will be more appropriate. All the bodies, international bodies, have rightly stated that to promote respect for tradition, cultures, ideologies, beliefs, and religion among different ethnic groups and societies, insofar as these do not conflict with the fundamental human rights of people. Equally, Islam upholds the human dignity in its codes of law. It is considered to be the most fundamental value on which all human rights are based. Human features such as race, color, gender, religion, and others do not alter this status. These are in alignment with social concerns of human dignity, equality, and the provision of services to the people irrespective of their race, color, gender, and religion. The clear conclusion is that if social work would be effectively serving its Muslim clients, curriculums have to be rewritten to include knowledge base that are derived from the religious literature in Muslim countries. However, despite this evidence and clear need for the inclusion of religious concepts when providing services to Muslim clients effectively, and despite insistence that this inclusion should be performed in a systematic, verifiable fashion, many academics found it hard to accept that innovative approach in social work education. The current social work profession would apply a bio-psychosocial approach during its intervention in order to restore a normal social functioning of the clients, enhance their problem-solving capacity, and strengthen their resilience. The Islamic approach will be based on bio, psycho, social, spiritual, which appears to be more encompassing. Most of you in this audience are experts in the expert communities in the field of social education and practice. You are policymakers, you are practitioners, and are concerned who want to make social education and practice more relevant, context-based, and committed to address the local problems, taking the social, cultural, and religious influences of local people into consideration. Social workers are those who practice social work in the Islamic society. It may be noted that they may be Muslims, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, and others. A social work practicing social work in a Muslim society must have knowledge about Islamic helping mechanisms, which help the worker deal with local problems more effectively and successfully. Same goes with social workers practicing in Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism, or any other society should have the knowledge about the helping mechanism of their respective dominant religions of that society as it becomes more helpful to deal with the local problems. Social workers in multi-religious society are expected to be knowledgeable about the helping mechanisms of all religious faiths so that they could be competent enough in using relevant religious helping notions while addressing a particular problem of an individual, group, or community having similar religious faith. Now, the levels of practice of the levels of faith and practices of a Muslim are similar to other adherents of the religion. While one might belong to a particular religion, however, that is not an assurance or a guarantee that one practices or completely believes in the teachings. That is the life. The Muslim social workers are not exempted from the disconnectedness between believing and practicing. Consequently, social workers in Muslim countries need to understand that Islam is a way of life, not just a religion, not just praying and fasting and going for Hajj. These social workers need to be informed and educated about the social elements in Islam in order for them to be acquainted, as they have been acquainted to Eurocentric models through their education in Holland, in America, in Europe, in Australia, wherever you get your PhD or master's. When it is often mentioned that Islam provides guidance in meeting the spiritual, physical, cognitive, psychological, and social needs, this is a manifestation of what has been mentioned above, that the religion is ad-din. The contention or intention here is not to call upon Muslim social workers to be Islamic. No, this is not a proselytization process. However, they need to be given the opportunity to educate themselves about the knowledge of the religion in relation to social work. Otherwise, their effort to educate students and help clients will fall short. Social work profession owes to society itself to be relevant. And part of the progression of being relevant is to look at the milieu of a society. A majority Muslim population will be derived of choices if the Islamic and local components are not being offered. In relation to this issue, Kanda, all of you have heard him, is a very famous scholar in religion and social work and spirituality. Kanda, Professor Kanda, once alluded to the fact that many programs did not offer spiritualism as one of the subjects for the simple reason that many social work educators were not familiar with that subject. looking into the movement towards advancing Islamic social work curriculum and practice. Unfortunately, this is my own personal view and some of my friends. Unfortunately, some of academicians are adverse to anything religious. Part of the explanation might be is that they have been indoctrinated by the secular and liberal philosophies of professional social work, and not to mention alienated from their own traditions. Now we admit, we agree, kita akur, Westerners have done a good job in promoting their version of social work, and we have not done a good job at it. While we are not dismissing the Western knowledge totally, what should be emphasized is that Islamic and local knowledge base have to be incorporated into the curriculum. Islamic and local knowledge must no longer be at the periphery, tepi-tepi saja. Instead, it should be in the mainstream of the curriculum. Midgley, again another famous scholar, Midgley stated, and I quote, Western social workers exerted a powerful influence over their third world colleagues, and they imposed alien theories and techniques on developing countries which were unsuited to their cultures and development needs, unquote. So this is from Midgley. Some reviews of literature report that attention to religion and spirituality is increasingly viewed as a relevant aspect of social work, education, and practice. Some scholars in England concluded that social educators to give priority in exploring the importance of religious and spiritual beliefs in their training. Training is important in order to respond to the needs of clients for whom religious and spiritual beliefs are crucial. One of the most effective ways in producing culturally competent students is their understanding and appreciation of the impact and belief. Therefore, there is a need for the educators of social work to find ways of enabling students and practitioners to incorporate these religious to develop a greater cultural competence. Okay, evidently one of the ways is to include an understanding of the potential impact of religious or spiritual beliefs. In this context, the present curriculum has to undergo significant revision. Don't you think so? Again, naming some scholars such as Kanda, Furman, Nakashima, Sheridan, Wilmer, and Atchison in the field of religion and spirituality, advocated the inclusion of relevant religious and spiritual materials within social work curriculum. The importance to cover this area is gaining consensus even among Western scholars. This has started many years ago. The contentious issue is about the content and the means by which it should be achieved. Regrettably, colleagues in the East, specifically Muslims, have been slow to join in the movement. Take note, the movement to establish Buddhist social work has been going on and is going on in Japan, Thailand, Vietnam, and Sri Lanka. So in conclusion, some conclusion remarks, we can sum up by saying, while most social workers, work educators, and practitioners may respond positively to an invitation to consider the potential importance of religion and spirituality in the lives of others, some remain reluctant to do so on their own initiative, and some dismiss such questions as outdated and irrelevant. We cannot mix religion with social work, the secular mindset. Presently, it appears likely that the situation will remain the same, and any debates will be treated cautiously, especially by the more secular-minded groups. Without concerted action by proponents and the likelihood of those whom religion and spirituality are of importance, changes in the curriculum will be left to the individual rather than an accepted practice. It will remain more dependent on individual initiatives than it is on any shared professional views of best practice. Sufficient arguments have been presented above for the need to incorporate Islamic and local knowledge into the curriculum of social education. The Weltanschauung and assumptions of Westerners and Muslims are at times not incongruous. There is a broader need for social workers to perceive the religious and spiritual dimension in the life of service users. The transfer of knowledge and theory from Western developed to non-Western developing countries is mostly unilateral. Midgley again claimed that there was a professional imperialism in contemporary social work in developing countries as indigenous cultures and development issues were not considered. He said this in 1991. We are now in 2021. Is there any much difference now from what he said then? Universities are besieged by a secularist mindset. And in addition to the apprehension toward anything religious, have been instrumental in making social education and practice less indigenous. Western knowledge is considered to be superior and scientific in comparison to the local knowledge of Western, non-Western societies. All these are reflected in social education and practice in many Western countries. Admittedly, there are similarities between Islamic teachings and core values of social work that include promoting dignity, human dignity, integrity, social justice, helping people who are disadvantaged and vulnerable in that society. There are positives in some of the Western inputs. However, Western social work is not the panacea, it's not the medicine to address the problems of Muslim countries. Islamic and local springs need to be incorporated in the curriculum of social work. Finally, efforts to place Islamic and local knowledge in social work curriculum and practice should be taken seriously and persistently. We will be facing challenges. However, despite the challenges faced by social educators, there is a need to start a conversation and dialogue on the subject at hand. So this webinar event is that beginning of that conversation and dialogue. Ultimately, the ensuing dialogues, conversations, and debates should lead us to something. Do we want to stay as what we are right now, or do we want to move forward to revamp social work curriculum and practice based on Islamic and local knowledge? Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Professor Zulkarnain Ahmad Hatta, DSW. Okay, I want to explain a little bit about this activity. This activity was held in collaboration with APESWA, Asian and Pacific Social Work Education. This is the third collaboration between Social Work Department, Dawah and Communication Faculty, Study Program, and APESWE. The speakers are Professor Zulkarnain Ahmad Hatta as APESW President, Dr. Maliki as Director of Poverty Reduction and Community Empowerment, Professor Dr. Zarina as Lecturer at University Utara Malaysia, Professor Dr. Bagian Aliasa Ahmad Abdul Karim, Western Mindanao State University, Philippines, and candidate PhD M. Izul Haq, MSc Social Work Program UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. Okay, there are 448 registered participants consisting of Social Work Department of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University Study Program student, University Utara Malaysian lecturers and students, University of Sabah Malaysian, lecturers and students, Malaysian Science University lecturers and students, of course, University of Pasundan, University of Pajajaran, Gadjah Mada University, University Muhammadiyah Malang, University of Cendrawasih Social Welfare Study Program, or Indonesian Social Welfare Study Program. Social welfare vocational high school teachers throughout Indonesia, social workers or social service throughout Indonesia, NGO or NGO activists. The event was carried out by giving material by the speakers above, followed by a full paper presentation. Those who register, there are 30 papers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the main agenda that we are waiting for. That's international webinar with the theme Social Work and Islam, Theory, Practice, and Policy, and will be moderated by Dr. Zulkifli Lacy, PhD. The host is yours.
Thank you, Ayuzana Devina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear me?
Assalamualaikum.
Yes, we can.
Waalaikumsalam.
All right. I'm so sorry because I off my video. I'm worried if my connection is not so robust. So right now we come to the main program today, convention or seminar on Islam and social work theory, practice, and policy, cases from Malaysia, the Philippines, Indonesia, and Canada. As I received the schedule from the committee, right now I reorder the presenter, which first will come from Mr. Maliki, and then Professor Zarina Matsad, and the third is Dr. Bagian Alisa Ahmad Abdul Karim, and the fourth is Muhammad Izul Haq. But before I start to please you to have a speech, let me introduce briefly, because they gave me a long biography. So I start with Mr. Maliki, Sarjana Teknik, Master Science in Industrial Engineering from Purdue University, which in Lafayette, Indiana State, US. And he had a doctoral degree from economics.
Kenapa kita tidak bisa mencintai keberagaman dan
University of Hawaii in the US. Right now, his position as a director in Direktorat Penanggulangan Kemiskinan dan Pemberdayaan Masyarakat since September 2020. This is the first speaker. The second speaker will be Zarina Matsaad. Zarina Matsaad is a faculty and deputy dean, and she's an associate professor, School of Applied Psychology, Social Work and Policy, College of Arts and Social Science. Oh my goodness, so long. And she had a PhD from University Science Malaysia Penang. Before, she also had Master of Social Work in Interpersonal, Adults, and Elderly, University of Michigan and Airborne, Michigan, USA. One of her research, I think, that she wrote in a chapter book recently, Zarina Matsaad, Social Work in the Elderly in Abdul Razak Abdul Manaf, and the title is The Introduction to Social Work. So it was published in Malaysia. And we'll skip to the third speaker, which Dr. Bagian Alaisa Ahmad Abdul Karim. Oh, I can see from the video, she is a female. Thank you. Before I thought that she is a male. All right, thank you. Dr. Bagian was involved for many years, yeah, in I think one of many programs that she has been or had been involved in was a Muslim representative to the local council of women in Zamboanga city since 2015 to prison, and she is a professor and faculty at Western Mindanao State University, the Philippines. Right. And also, I just found that she is the International Advisory Board for Asian Social Work Journal. Right. And the last one is Muhammad Izul Haq. He is a faculty at School of Dakwah and Communication, Universitas Islam Sunan Kalijaga. And he graduated from Master of Science, Social Policy and Development, London School of Economics and Politics. Currently, he's taking a PhD at the School of Social Work, McGill University, Quebec, Canada. Right. I would like to reorder you each will and who will present first. So I think the person will go first is Dr. Maliki, because he will have something to do at 10 o'clock. Right now it's 31 past 9. So, and we will go, I think, 2.5 hours because it is expected that we start from 9 o'clock, but actually now is 32 past 9. So we still have 2.5 hours. And not to waste our time, I will call for Dr. Maliki to have first to address his speech for about 10 to 15 minutes for each, and then followed by questions and answers from the speaker to the convenee. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Maliki Este, MSIE PhD.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Good morning for all the participants. First of all, I would like to thank for the organizers, and it is very honor for me to speak in this very prestigious event. Especially thank to Universitas UIN Sunan Kalijaga that already invited me, and also I would like to greet also all the distinguished panelists and all the participants. And also I would like to very sorry for the inconvenience that there is some urgent meeting that I have to attend at 10 o'clock. So I will present, but my colleagues here, Mr. Dinar, will still be present to answer if there is some questions addressed to me. Let me share my presentation. So actually what we are going to emphasize is on how the Islam and also social works can support the government agenda to alleviate the poverty and also to empower the community in Indonesia. This issue has been discussed and also been explored not only by the government but also the non-government, because the role of the Islam and social works in supporting the poverty alleviation has been very significant, yet it is not recorded very well. Yeah. Let me begin this presentation by describing the situations after the pandemic of it or during the pandemic of it, because this is a more recent event, and I think this is also a very good good milestone for us to see how the position of the Islamic works can contribute to our national agenda. During the pandemic of it, there is an economic shocks because a lot of people cannot work, because we also limit our economic mobility. So then there is a lot of possibility that not only the poor become very poor, but also those who are already vulnerable become poor. Even the middle class, and now the Indonesian also have a lot of aspire middle class become there is like more possibility to be for them to be poorer or even vulnerable. So based on our research, the economic shocks like pandemic COVID can bring the middle class vulnerable become poorer. Yeah, there is a possibility, says like the vulnerable people. The vulnerable means that those are the family who actually have the consumptions above the poverty level, until like 1.5 the poverty level. So this is like a very quantitative, very what we call quantitative measures. But those criteria has been announced by the Central Statistical Bureau as well. So when the economic shocks, like vulnerable people have a possibility around 47% to be poorer. Yeah. Even like the poor become very poor, around 55%. Yeah. So when the whole economic level of the community changes their status, there is a possibility that an increase of the poor people become very large. Yeah. Especially during the pandemic of it. So we analyze that there is a possibility that without the intervention, without government interventions, this pandemic of it can cause around increase in 4 million new poor people. So that's without interventions. But lucky us that we already intervened, and then there is a quite tremendous, also quite large programs to interfere with this pandemic of it by giving the food allowance, as also the cash conditional cash transfers through family through program Keluarga Harapan, as well as also the cash transfer from the village fund. Yeah, this is, I mean, there's so many intervention on this case. So as a result, the pandemic COVID can dampen the effect of the pandemic COVID to number of the poor from the 4 millions into only around 2 millions within 1 year. Even although our poverty rates increase from the single digit become like double digit at September 22 from 9.22 becomes like 10.19%. But still, that with the interventions, we can a bit control the number of new poors. Of course, actually, this achievement cannot only acknowledge the government interventions, because during the pandemic of it, not only the government interventions are present, but we also acknowledge there is quite a lot of increase the movement from the religious benefits, yeah, religious grants, religious aids to those who actually are affected to the pandemic COVID. So meaning that there is some contributions from the Islamic movement or religious movement during the pandemic COVID. So when we talk about the vulnerables, we talk about the poor and also the extreme poor. We also there is also some of the categories of the vulnerables. The Ministry of Social Affairs already announced some categories of the vulnerables that actually become our priority to intervene. There are two types. Yeah, there is from the says like the Social Ministry of Regulations 2012. There is some groups that eligible for the social programs, not only for the poor, but also for those neglected persons, isolated indigenous groups, disaster victims, people with disabilities, and also the social disadvantaged people, and also the victims of violence are those among the groups that actually benefited or eligible for the social welfare programs. But not only the social assistance that we are talking about, we also talk about the social works, also talk about the social rehabilitations, not only based on the community, but also the based on the centers or institutional based. So this is some of the groups is actually of across here, but we can see that there is some of vulnerable groups that not only because they are poor, but also because of the disadvantaged situations, they are eligible for the assistance. So during the pandemic COVID, we quite have a lot of channel for assisting, not only for the government actually, but also the non-government. So we have like 4 categories here: health access, basic needs, job security, also the economic recovery. The health access actually is not only like supporting the premium for the BPJS, or we call it the National Health Insurance, but also those who are actually suffering from the COVID. There's a lot of support from the community or from the Islamic grants, yeah, to support the those who are affected by the COVID. Not only for those who actually sick by the COVID, but also the family who is affected, or the parents or the children, the children that already lost their parents because of the COVID. So they have this support not only from the government, but also from the non-government. And then this is the majority supports that we also provided is we provided the basic needs. We're providing the basic needs that reduce the burden of the poor, providing the with the food or the cash that they provide they use for buying the foods, yeah, for the sembako or everything. And then to ensure the sustainability of our support, we also provide the job security by providing unemployment benefits to secure the basic income, or even providing the reskilling programs. We realized that during the pandemic COVID, the job opportunity is quite rare, but I think providing the skill during the pandemic, this is also providing their futures for this, the current skills, so they can hopefully they can find the jobs after the economic recovery have been built. So the last one is the economic recovery. So we provide also some of the working capital for even like for the ultra micro enterprises, the state-owned enterprises, and other incentive programs. We try to, because the job opportunity during the pandemic is quite rare, then these economic recovery programs hopefully improve this job opportunity for those affected by the pandemic. So these whole programs, like these 4 categories, actually if we look at it, it's not only by the government, but also by the non-government, including the the religious institutions. So after this pandemic COVID, we have a lot of lessons learned, not only because of the mistarget, some of the story of mistargeting, because some of the local government doesn't update the data, and also the so many variability of the social assistance programs, as well as the social security, social protection programs. So then our presidents instructed us as the planning agency to have the social protection reform. One of the social protection reform that quite relevant to our discussion today is actually the social protection financing reform. This financing reform is to ensure how the sustainability of the programs running not only like the short term, but also in the long term. And this one is making sure the integrations and maintaining the coherence of every funding sources, including from the religious institutions. So in the future, we see that our social protection will consist of basic services, social services, social assistance, and also the social insurance. This is the whole social protection scheme. Yeah. And this one is not included, including the economic empowerment. What we are looking at here is that how actually the government and the non-government can integrate and coherence the targets. You know, the social assistance, such as the food and other assistance, and also the conditional cash transfers, that based or that from the government or that funded by the government is only solely for the vulnerable, for the poor, and also the chronic. Then here we can see that if there is another funding opportunity, if we can also identify those who already like funded by the government, we can actually determine how the position of the non-government can be financed for the other targeting group. Yeah. Therefore, I guess we don't interloop with each other. Yeah. So then it can be a coherence between all of the funding sources. And the other respected programs, such as basic services and also the social services, this one is for the whole populations. And therefore, I think this is also for the reference of the non-government, that actually the social services, including for the children, people with disability, also for the older population, this including not only for the vulnerable, poor and chronic, but also for the aspire middle class, and also the upper class, which they need the services. So if we see from this classification as also for the targeting strategy, we need to have a very good data as a reference, not only for the government, but also the non-government. Yeah. Here we look at, when we look at the visions, then we can see how actually we can integrate all the funding sources. Yeah. So the collaborations to accelerate the zero extreme poverty have to be from the whole participants. Yeah, we have to be constructive and also have a positive cooperations between the government, between the philanthropy entrepreneurships, academic and experts, and also the community. So to ensure that the whole target that we pursue doesn't left behind. Yeah. So this is actually based on the SDGs goals that we have. So no one left behind in 2030. What actually the factors that we have to collaborate? One is on one data intervention. As I mentioned earlier, that if we can coherence the programs with the coherent targets, integrate the programs with the coherent targets, we need to have one data. data interventions by name by address that we are referring in the same data. And then we also can have the same outreaching programs involving various stakeholders for intervention outreach. And then also we need to have the same social and communications, optimizing media to socialize every intervention. So meaning that not only we socialize the government programs, but also the non-government programs. So to ensure the accountability of all the programs. And also we need to have the monitoring and evaluations to integrate an accountable monitoring and response management system. So here we ask for the collaboration for all stakeholders, not only the government, but also the local government, universities, NGOs, media, private sectors, and community. We have quite a lot of examples on this, but then let me show you how actually this Islamic perspective for the social works works. From the activities that we have, as you see that from the social assistance framework and also the social protection framework, we have the charity efforts, we have cash assistance, microfinance, social services, healthcare, rehabilitation, community, and also social development to empowerment. So this is basically already the programs intervention that we already done, especially during the pandemic COVID, even actually before the pandemic COVID. The pandemic COVID actually triggered more activities, not only by the government, but also the non-government. So here, I think we have a lot of potentials from Zakat, from Infaq, from Sedekah, also from Wakaf, how to channel all of these sources of the fund to the activities that can integrate within all the sources and the funding sources. There is some examples that become very best practices that we can actually mimic from by the same programs, or even like the expanded programs to the other locations, so then we can have more effective interventions to improve the welfare. One is the Islamic organizations social work practice by providing children residential care, charity for the poor, and also disaster relief. This is done by Muhammadiyah social work practices. And then the second one is psycho-spiritual therapy for drug abuser. This is rehabilitation, uses Islamic and also psychosocial approach through repentance and also worship for those suffering from drug addiction activities. By Pondok Pesantren Suryalaya, Tasikmalaya. And then the third example is education program for dropout children. This is done by those institutions in Master Depok. So this is example actually on how we can integrate the programs. You know, those programs is also done by the government, but the government alone cannot achieve no one left behind on time. Also even cannot achieve the extreme zero poverty at 2024. So by contributing, also integrating with us, with the whole aspects, the whole funding sources that we have, especially is the Islamic institutions, Islamic movement, I guess Islamic funding sources too. I guess this one is an opportunity for us to work together, so then we can achieve the same goals in the same on time. I think that's all what we can provide, and also my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm really sorry that I have to leave at 10 o'clock. Thank you, Pak Moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Maliki. Success with your routine daily program at Kementerian Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional. So we are allowing you to leave, and in the future we still contact you. Thank you so much. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, and also for Zarina, Masaad, and Professor Dr. Bagian, I would like to admit that can you allow Mr. Muhammad Izul Haq will present for the second charge, because right now in Eastern Time of Canada it's almost 12 o'clock. So I hope so. And Muhammad Izul Haq, would you like to keep your time, yeah, to present around 10 to 15 minutes? And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Muhammad Izul Haq.
Thank you, Mr. Zulkifli Lesi. Ladies and gentlemen, dear moderator, speakers, and participants of the International Webinar on Social Work and Islam, Theory, Practice, and Policy. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Social Work Study Programs UN Senegal Jaga to run this international webinar on the convergence of Islam and social work in a more theoretical, practical, and political ones. Secondly, I would like to thank for this opportunity. It's a very kind of privilege for me to reconnect with my colleagues in Win Senegal Jaga, where I had spent almost nearly a decade to work before pursuing my academic journey in Canada. I would like to share screen about the topic that I would like to talk. On this occasion, I would like to talk about my proposed idea and thought on exploring feasibility of transdisciplinary Islamic social work in Canada. I would like to use SWOT analysis and to see the prospect and feasibility on how the idea of social work in theory, practice, and policy can be convergent, blended, and mingled with Islamic values. We learn lots from Professor Zulkarnain Hatta regarding the teaching of social work and to what extent it can be used to give more foundation and in social work practice. And we really thank for his enlightenment as well as for Dr. Maliki for more practice base of social work and Islamic activities in Indonesia. Before we begin much further, I need to acknowledge my positionality. It's a disclaimer indeed, a disclaimer as to specify and delimit the scope of my presentation. So this is introduction about who am I and what is my lens, because I am an international student. I am male, I am from Indonesia and currently taking a PhD degree in social work at McGill University. It's very important to acknowledge this positionality. In acknowledging this positionality, we also acknowledge intersecting social locations and complex power dynamics. So the way I explain, the way I describe the topic that will follow cannot be separated from the background that I have, the experience that I have, as well as my identity, my race, my gender, my class, and my current social location. So by proposing these two questions, who are you and what is your lens? I'm defined by who I'm now currently being. So, and this, the aim of my presentation, to rethink about the transdisciplinary social work genuinely originate in Canadian culture, sorry, and to analyze using SWOT analysis to see the feasibility and possibility of implanting Islamic social work in multiculturalist Canada. So basically there are two aims of my presentation today. The chief aim is, however, to spark light, a fruitful discussion to engage ourselves in mutual exchange dialogue on the future of blending Islamic values and social work principles in theory, practice, and policy that became main topic of webinar today. Where are we now? So you see in the screen, there is a map of Canada. I would love to bring you all attendees to this country. Canada is a vast country. It's the second largest country in the world. Just for comparison, its size is quadruple or 4 times of Indonesia. Meanwhile, Canada's population is only 37.5 million compared to, let's say, East Java province, it has 39 million people. So we can see it's a vast island, and also the birth ratio is very low, only 1.5 births per woman, compared to Indonesia, 2.34 women. So this is very interesting to know the demographic situation of Canada. This country is bilingual. English and French are both official language. However, thanks to multiculturalism policy, which has been adopted since 1971, other cultures, including non-European ancestral heritage and many languages, are also thriving. And it's also very important to note that Canada is home to indigenous population, consists of 3 distinct groups: First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. There are 1.7 million people in Canada who identify as indigenous, which has 13 languages, groups with 65 dialects. So that's a brief introductory about Canada. And now we move to how are we now? I'm a Muslim. I'm immigrants as international student, study at McGill University. And also I have part-time jobs as a sessional instructor or session lecturer at McGill University, teaching at undergraduate first year. So there is this is a positionality that I would like to explain before I much further explain for. And how are we now? Now talking about Islam and Muslim. To begin with this conversation, I'd like to show you 3 pictures in the slide as illustration how Islam is growing and experiencing. In the first picture, in the left, the number of Muslims in Canada is predicted to triple over the next 20 years. It's quite contrast to the southern neighbor of the US. So it's interesting to know that we can predict that in the future, there's so many Muslims living in Northern America, especially in Canada. And the spread of Muslim population in provinces across Canada. There are 10 provinces and 3 territories in Canada. It can be seen in the picture in the middle. You see the darkest green, which it is Ontario, home of the largest Muslim population in Canada, which Toronto, the capital, is the most diverse city in this country. Ontario is followed by Quebec, where I'm now living in Montreal. Montreal is the largest city in Quebec. So we see here that the diverse Muslim distribution in Canadian provinces. And in the right, just a little quick information about the report carried out by the Environics Research Group, a polling and market research firm based in Toronto. There are some important and interesting findings, such as 94% Muslim share a strong sense of belonging to Canada. So this is an asset. And also 90% of them are optimistic relations between Muslims and other Canadians will improve under the new Liberal government. Currently, the Prime Minister is Justin Trudeau, and he will face a federal election on September 20th. And also, you can see most Muslims in Canada strongly identify as both Muslim and Canadian. The survey reveals that strong majorities consider both religion, 84%, and country, 81%, to be very important parts of their personal identity. So this is an interesting information to give us a clue about the possibility, the feasibility of kind of blending Islamic values and social work, because we will see so many Muslims become clients of social work activities as well as Muslim social workers. Now move to the next. Social work, as we know, aims at addressing social problems or social issues that decrease social functioning. Talking about social problems, we can trace back to the way social issues are rising. So currently, there are top 10 social issues in Canada include, I would like to focus on the first and the foremost social issues, that is mental health issues. Yeah. In 2021, despite being one of the most progressive nations on earth, mental health is still stigmatized. It remains one of the top social problems in Canada. Currently, 1 in every 5 Canadians is affected each year by mental illness. And if you'd like to know what are the most commonly diagnosed illnesses, there are depression, substance abuse disorder or addiction, bipolar disorder, eating disorder, anxiety disorder, PTSD, post-traumatic disorder, and schizophrenia. And you also see in the slide, there are two pictures. Yeah. So poverty, there are nearly 5 million people living in poverty in Canada. So despite Canada's reputation as a prosperous nation, welfare state, millions of Canadians are still struggling to meet their basic needs. So interesting. In order for people to get out of the poverty, they need help from others and government support. And there are also a picture about domestic abuse happens between spouse and parent caregivers. So these are illustration of how social issues prevalent in Canadian context at the moment. And this is challenge for social worker to deal with these issues, to create a system to support a system that can maintain functioning of the population. And now talking about social work, I would like to reiterate some scholars say that social work is a transdisciplinary. So by talking transdisciplinarity, it connotes a research strategy that crosses many disciplines boundaries to create a holistic approach. We know that social work is an applied science. An applied science. It means that the holistic approach is very is very appreciated, and it applies to research efforts focused on problems that cross the boundaries of two or more disciplines. So we know that social work is defined as the applied science of helping people achieve an effective level of psychosocial functioning. So here, the practice of social work requires knowledge of human development and behavior, of social, economic, and cultural institution, and of the interaction of these factors. So here, we can try to understand how social work as is more than multidisciplinary, more than interdisciplinary, but it's a beyond of this approach. Social work is a transdisciplinary that combine practice, knowledge, ethics, and etc. Okay. Sorry for the okay. And now yeah, transdisciplinary Islamic social work is a proposal. Yeah. Talking about the term transdisciplinarity is a consolidated academic field that is giving rise to the new applied researches. We remember what Professor Zulkarnain Hatta talked earlier about the Islamic knowledge that can inform us about how practicing social work can be inspired and stimulated. So here, by having transdisciplinary in the middle of some connections, religious knowledge, or we can say Islamic knowledge at the moment, can be a part of this interconnection, and then to blend, to mingle, and to create a whole approach that interconnect and interrelate this approach toward a single action. And this is what social workers do. Yeah. Talking about how social workers do their activities in Canada, they, as usual, as we know that social workers, they connect and some resources, they connect clients with the support systems and resources, and they combine the practice of psychiatrists, psychologists, doctors, nurses, and any other profession, and the leader of these interconnecting activities to heal, to deal with the problems is a social worker. So the importance of social worker here is to lead transdisciplinary practice. And we can see that the contribution of Islamic values, Islamic teaching cannot be spirited, especially if we see the growing, the increased Muslim population, and as I see now in Canada. The latest census of Canadian population in 2011 shows that the number of Muslim people was 1 million, and it's about 3.2%. And the latest census in 2021, but it will be released next year. We don't know yet the current number of Muslim population in Canada. And so it's a potential asset of the more mingling, blending, and connecting Muslims' values, Muslim practices with these social work activities. And there is an important question that can challenge dominant discourse, especially here in Canada, regarding the decolonizing social work, whether it is decolonizing or Islamicizing social work. Yeah, we know that from the earliest initiation, social programs have been framed by discourse of race, civilization, and settler colonialisms. This also frame the way social work is constructed, as we know that our Eurocentric point of view, Western point of view in constructing and dominating the way social work practice and theory. Yeah, we know that this is something that can be a challenge when we need to decolonize this. In Canadian context, yeah, social work has not always advanced or championed the values of outsider and has in fact to be locked. So to be confined in the colonial legacy that seeks to maintain the structure of white settler society at the expense of those that are non-white, especially indigenous people. In this respect, social work still has a long journey towards decolonizing practice and policy. So by having this term, by having this concept, decolonizing social work, it seeks to transform a profession based on Western modernist scientific and Eurocentric tradition so that can be liberated, it can be empowered, and no more oppressive ways of thinking based on Eurocentric and Western values. And this is quite challenging because currently in Canada, as a multicultural society, there's so many diverse groups, and the jargon of diversity is our strength become a good notion to test these situations. And yep. Before moving forward to see the feasibility of transdisciplinary social work in Canada, it's good to know to what extent the current strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are simply, we call it SWOT analysis. I think all of us are quite familiar with this analysis. It's very simple, but it will inform us about the way we can fill the gap, fill the void, and find the possible trajectory in future that we can follow. Okay, and for the SWOT analysis, yeah, as I would like to explain, it's a technique used to determine and define our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And talking about the strength, yeah, there are so many numbers of School of Social Work in Canada, and also the growing number of Islamic studies across Canada. So it's a kind of potential assets that can be combined and mingle and towards the discussion. And when we move to the weaknesses, yeah, number of Muslim social workers is still few, and so far there's no Muslim scholars in the area of social work teaching and practice. And for the opportunities, Canadian respect towards openness, diversity, and multiculturalism is an asset, and also the increased number of Muslim population in Canada, either by conversion or by immigration. This can add more nuance of the way religion can be part of everyday living of Canadian people. And for the threats, we have some people who close-minded. Yeah, they have this, they extend certain hatred toward Islam. So growing trend of Islamophobia is one of the common threat of the emergence of Muslim or Islam in public sphere, and also certain kind of secularisms. I would say that not all secularism is bad, but we have to notice that there are two kinds of secularism that must be anticipated. So here I would like to point to the hard or radical or close scholarism that is pose a threat to the growing of visibility of transdisciplinary Islamic social work in Canada. So by closer scholarisms, I would like to follow what Charles Taylor and Jocelyn McClure say, that it is disestablishment in the name of neutrality, but the evacuation of religion from public life. So if we have hard scholarisms, they hate religion. They don't want religion to be visible in the public, and they don't want to accommodate an expression of religious faith, religious belief, religious activities, religious practice. And they would like to disassociate with any kind of religions. So this is hard or radical or close scholarism. And it's quite growing and prevalence in Quebec province because of it follow and imitate the experience of French. While in the English Canada, for example, in Ontario, it's less strict secularism. It means that they accommodate the expression of Muslim or any religious organization. So this is a quick overview of SWOT or strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And although Islam is the fastest growing religion in Canada, it is still a minority group. Only consists of, as I mentioned earlier, 3.2% of overall population based on 2011 census. So still, and we also acknowledge that the secularism will always be checking in and controlling any emergence of religion or religious practice in public sphere. Yet, borrowing the term allyship that is strategically important for expanding movement, we can adopt the same strategy. So what is our ally here? Here, I borrow some concepts from the way indigenous people here in Canada try to make an alliance with white or privileged groups to help their cause, to support their activities. So ally is a person, it's a noun, but also it's a verb. So it's a person who associates or cooperates with another supporter. And in terms of the verb, it's to associate or to connect by some mutual relationship, resemblance or friendship. So there is a continuum. So it's like a spectrum in the left and in the right. So in the left, there's apathetics, and in the right, advocate. So we expect that in the future, there's so many advocates of the way Islamic social work can be created, can be produced. But so far we are aware of the, there's so many people who are apathetic and less aware. Even for Muslim people in Canada, because of the scholarism, they are not practicing. They're Muslim but not practicing their religious. So it's common here as well. And talking about allyship, at least at the moment, allyship could be formed by finding opportunity to implant incongruence connection of Islamic values to fit social work principle in theory, practice, and policy. So here I propose two bodies of professional social work association. The first is CAS. This is a Canadian Association of Social Workers, and the second is Canadian Association for Social Worker Education. So here, there are currently 43 schools, faculties, departments, or modules in Canada that offer social work educated programs. Some providing a PSW, MSW program, or both. All universities that offer country CFTS, this is French abbreviation, accredited social work programs. And these are the list of campus. And this is a potential opportunity to be an ally in promoting or to create a transdisciplinary Islamic social work, at least in some courses like ethical value or anti-racist practice, or in decolonizing social work. You may notice that some of these universities are indigenous based, and I know that some indigenous based university in some remote part in Canada, they offer decolonization teaching. they teach the way indigenous healing, indigenous practicing. So this is kind of a opportunity as well as an avenue for the entry of Islamic teaching into the curriculum or in the way or it can be adopted to the teaching of some courses. And these are 43 schools that are accredited by CASWE. So curricular content clearly distinguished between PSW and MSW levels of study. The curriculum at the PSW prepares students for generalized professional social work practice, while the curriculum at the master level prepares students for advanced professional social work practice. So I hope I still have time to reach the conclusion. So here, social work is an applied science and its feasibility toward transdisciplinary social work. This is my first slides talk about this. And decolonizing social work is a good avenue for Islamizing social work. We expect that by the rise of Muslim population, by the rise of Muslim charity organization that are growing in terms of their activities and their scope towards Canadian people, and also recognizing strength and weakness as basic internal factors to move forward. We also know that Canada offers a wide array of opportunities to converge Islam and social work, thanks to multiculturalism, thanks to openness, thanks to democracy, thanks to liberalism, and thanks to open secularisms that give a way how many cultures, many religions can coexist in the same place. But we have to anticipate typical threats to the convergence, that is hard secularisms or closed secularism or radical secularisms, and also Islamophobia that is become a very dangerous situation because in Canada we know we experience the mass killing of Muslim worshippers in a mosque in Quebec City 4 years ago, and also lately in June this year there's a family killing in London, Ontario because of their faith. In all leadership matters, we need the agents. They can be as Muslim scholars, Muslim social workers, and also Muslim clients that can demand accommodation regarding their faith, regarding their religion. So this agent is important, and also to engage, ally, to build allyship with non-Muslim, with non-Muslim organization, non-Muslim people. So this is another option. This is another opportunity to provide a new way how social work is delivered, social work is practiced in theory and policy. And I think that's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Muhammad Izul Haq, stay away because we will get back to you in the question and answer. Right now, we will call our honor professor guest speaker, Zarina Masad. Zarina, would you like to? Okay. Thank you, Zarina.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dr. Zulkifli Lesi.
Yeah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all of you. I must say this, it is a great pleasure to be here in the international webinar on social work and Islam, theory, practice and policy. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the committee for their excellent arrangement for holding this webinar. I'm truly delighted to be here today, and I try to finish my presentation within the time given. Okay, is that okay, Dr. Zulkifli?
Okay.
Okay. Honorable Rector UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Professor Al-Makim, Professor Zulkarnain Hatta, our keynote speakers, all panelists, all professors, ladies and gentlemen, and brothers and sisters. My name is Zarina binti Mat Saad. I'm from School of Applied Psychology and Social Work and Policy from Malaysia, University Utara Malaysia. And I will be presenting a paper on social work and Islam in Malaysia. Okay, Malaysia is an ASEAN country with a population of 32.7 million. It is a multi-ethnic and multi-religious with a population comprises of mainly three main ethnic groups, Malay and indigenous people, 69.6%, Chinese, 22.6%, Indian, 6.8%, and 1% from other ethnics. All the Malaysian Malays are Muslim by law, while the Chinese are predominantly Buddhist or Confucians, and the majority of Indians are Hindus, and with a small minority being Muslim and Christians. If you look at the percentage of Malay and indigenous people, so I would say that we have more than 70% of Muslim in this country. And each ethnic groups remain faithful to their respective religion and cultural belief, which play a vital role in their life. Okay. Malaysia, like any other ASEAN countries, is heavily influenced by the Western model of social work. I concur with what Prof. Zul said before. Being a majority Muslim country, it is important to discuss on the values and role of Islam, which have taken root on the values and role taken root in the Malay culture and society that may help social workers to effectively cater the needs of Muslim clients. Therefore, this paper addresses the brief history of social welfare and professional social work in Malaysia. It will also highlight the major organizations involved in the delivery of social welfare, social work association, and education in higher learning institutions. Then the paper discuss ethical dilemma and challenges faced by Muslim social workers. These presentations end with a discussion on the effort to place Islamic knowledge in the social work curriculum and practice. Okay, the silent milestone of social welfare history and social work development in Malaysia started from before gained her independence in 1957. Therefore, I will discuss briefly on the history of social welfare in Malaysia during pre and post-independence. Okay, welfare work started in Malaysia for as long as people have inhabited the country. The activities were done purely on the altruistic nature of humans. They were not given any training, titles, or work designations, and there were no competency standards as they exist now, but nonetheless, they served the people that were in need. A society grew and gotten more complicated. Majority of the Malaysian public has never actually heard of the term social work. The most familiar term was the welfare department, community and voluntary work. We call it in Malay as gotong royong. Those terms are closely knitted and often used interchangeably. Like many other countries in the world, the field of social work started with the establishment of social welfare agencies to address social issues and problem of the nation. Social work started at that time aimed at providing financial assistance to the poor, arranging awareness building program for the teenagers, ensuring social protection for the women and children, and guaranteeing placement for the disabled and also for the aged. And in the early 1950s, the British expatriate first started social work practice at the local government hospital in Malaysia. And later, locally trained social workers were recruited to replace the British social workers after the end of British colonial rules in 1957. So these welfare officers were sent abroad, mostly to the United Kingdom, immediately after the recruitment for special training on social work. After World War II, when the Department of Social Welfare was established in 1946, the professional social work was introduced. For many years, social workers have been working in different settings with or without any formal education or college degree. And they were called as social welfare officers or medical social workers, social work trainers, independent social work consultants, social work lecturers, researchers, child protection officers, and non-governmental welfare workers. Currently, in Malaysia, the Department of Social Welfare Malaysia, the SWM, under the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, is the largest government agency that employs social work professionals. So presently, there are 3,014 officers whose main job involved with the case management of diverse target group, and this department considered these staff as social workers. Beside government agency, we also have at least 200 voluntary organizations involved in numerous welfare activities like providing shelters and cares to the orphan, people with a physical or mental disability, elderly people, the poor, problematic children, women, and disaster victims. Then again, only a few workers are trained in social work. So on March 3rd, 1973, we have our first Malaysian Association of Social Workers, MASW, that work closely with the government agencies, especially with the Department of Social Welfare Malaysia, was formed. It was established as a result of general agreement between professional social workers from social welfare services, General Hospital, University Hospital from University of Malaya. They agreed that this association should be a body to unite social workers from diverse backgrounds to meet the professional standard and also to promote and maintain the quality of social work practice and education in the country. And this association is currently working on the establishment of national competency standard for social work practice and educations, and also the enactment of a Professional Social Workers Act. In line with the developments of social work, public and private institutions of higher learning started to offer social work program. To date, we have 10 public and private institutions of higher learning offering these professional social work courses. Undeniably, like Professor Zul said, even though there are many local institutions started to offer social work program, the curriculum development of social program in Malaysia is still heavily influenced by the Western scholarship. And majority of textbook, journals, and other sources of knowledge relating to social work are written in English. So which reflects the context of a Western society and the practice of social work. So these sources of knowledge are mostly referred to the local students. So academicians normally refers to these sources of knowledge, and maybe the student feel bound to study them to become social work graduates with minimal introduction to Islamic and local knowledge. In 2015, Professor Hatta and also me, we conducted a research to study and record what Islamic mosques, ustads, imams, and followers are actually doing in the process of helping the community. And from the finding, we found that the similarity of the two between the professional social work from the Western and the helping approaches used by the Muslim leaders from the local context lies in at least two. One is the objective to facilitate optimal social functioning of individuals, families, groups, and community. And from the case example of our study, we found the similarity between the two. The second one, we share similar values, including upholding human dignity, social justice, helping the needy, and integrity. And these activities are undertaken by imams or ustad to uphold justice and social welfare in the community. As the teaching of the Prophet Muhammad SAW about Islam is to encourage good deeds which will eventually bring peace and harmony to all humans. However, some Islamic values contradict with the Western social work values. The first one is Muslim views Islam not merely as a religion, but a way of life that fulfill the spiritual, physical, cognitive, psychological, and social needs. So, according to Baris, when Muslim client faces a problem, he or she expects social worker offer solutions that is acceptable to the teaching of Islam. Allah is the ultimate source of help. That help may come in many forms, either from human or from circumstances. So the second one is issues like euthanasia, LGBT, and unwed pregnancy are regarded as social problem and taboo in the local customs. In the Islamic jurisprudence, euthanasia is a sinful act because it is not rightful for a person to end his or her life intentionally, even if it means to relieve an excruciating pain. So the argument being life and death belong exclusively to God unless it is a form of punishment. Yet, as Muslim social workers, we are not allowed to discriminate those who have committed the sin, and they are asked to repent. As social workers, we must provide appropriate guidance and solutions to clients. This can be done by encouraging the clients to endure and use all permissible measures to solve a problem, and they would become stronger and their shortcoming would be forgiven. And another challenge faced by Muslim, as Professor Zul Hatta cited before, is some academicians or practitioners are not comfortable to anything religious. The explanation might be is that they have been indoctrinated by the secular and liberal philosophy of professional social work and estranged from their own traditions. And sometimes they just don't want to touch on any sentiment of any religions or ethnicity. But I must say that even though in Malaysia there are academicians or practitioners who integrate Islam into their teaching and learning and practices comfortably and naturally. Okay. With the current ongoing discussion on finding integrative Islamic values and principles with social work, I concur with Prof. Zul's conclusion that if social work would to be effective serving its Muslim clients, curriculum have to be reconstructed to include knowledge base that are derived from the religious literature in Muslim countries. Adapting the imported social work knowledge and practice to meet to fit the local needs is termed as indigenization of social work. This term was first mentioned in 1971. According to Walton and Abu Al-Nas, it involved a process whereby Western model of social work is transferred to another setting so that it can be applied with some modifications. There are instances that social work practitioners started to include spiritual in their interventions. The obvious example is the biopsychosocial spiritual assessment. We include the spiritual aspect in that assessment, and later on when we provide service or intervention, we also include that Islamic aspect in our interventions. So by doing this, we want to restore a normal social functioning of the clients, enhance their problem-solving capacity, and also to strengthen their resilience. And social work, in terms of effort to integrate Islamic perspective in social work curriculum, I believe social work educators need to give priority in exploring the importance of religions and spiritual belief in their training. This is the effective way to produce culturally competent students who understand and appreciate the impact of faith and belief. With special reference to my university, at University Utara Malaysia, the social work program started to offer more Islamic or other religious subjects, apart from other subjects that maybe there are, we have other courses, other subjects that lecturer may address Islamic teaching or practices in their subjects, but we start to offer these two subjects. One is social work ethics, values, and spirituality. We put the term spirituality there because when we discuss about social work ethics, values, we cannot deny that as Islam, a way of life, everything we do in our life, we must follow the teaching of Islam, so that our student would not be, would not in a situation where they do not know how to make decision. They are in the ethical dilemma, like I said before. And another course, another subject that we offer is religion and social welfare. This is an elective course for the undergraduate program. Another efforts that we can take, to be taken seriously, are to produce more Islamic social work literatures. I think even Mr. Izul Haq also agree with this. We need to, to produce more Islamic social work literature to record research done in our community. The social work literature can include textbooks, journal reports, and other relevant literatures. Islamic alternative. We need to include more theories from the Islamic perspective, methods, and also psychotherapies. Okay. For the conclusion, many studies found that Muslim clients constructed problem and their solution with strong reference to religions. Therefore, more efforts should be given to developing locally anchored methods of social work in order to respond more appropriately to the local context of the Muslim in Malaysia or any other Muslim community or countries. So in conclusion, social worker practicing social work in a Muslim society like Malaysia must have knowledge about Islamic helping mechanism which help the workers deal with the local problem more effectively and successfully. And therefore, social work educators, policy makers, practitioners, or other concerned who want to make social work education and practice more relevant, contact-based and effective to attend the local problem taking the social, cultural, and religious influence of the local people into consideration. With that, I conclude this presentation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Zarina binti Mat Saad. And all the presentation this morning are so informative. Please, sisters and brothers, ladies and gentlemen, keep your notes. Someone asked in the chat room, can we ask through notes, writing? And I say, go ahead to say it. So practice your English at least. Yeah. And last but not least, the last opportunity we will give to Dr. Bagian Elisa Ahmad Abdul Karim. Please, Dr. Bagian, say where did you complete your master and doctoral degree, because I didn't mention it before.
Okay. Assalamualaikum, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Yes, I am a BSSW graduate, registered social workers in the Philippines, and master in social work at the University of the Philippines, and PhD in sociology at the Xavier University. So since we don't have a PhD in social work in the Philippines, so I opted to be in sociology. So first I'd like to share, I'd like to say terima kasih to the organizer of this international, do you hear me? Am I clear?
Very clear.
Okay, so share. Wait, I'm going to share my present. Do you see my slides? Okay, do you see my slides?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Okay. So I'd like to reiterate my terima kasih to the organizer for giving me the opportunities to share with you social work in Islam, theory, practice, and policy in the Philippines. So since it is pandemic and you cannot travel, I would like you to see the map of the Philippines. So we have the Philippines, and of course the lower part here is Mindanao. And so may I describe to you my beloved country, the Republic of the Philippines. It is located in the Southeastern Asia archipelago between Philippine Sea and the South China Sea. It is made of 7,107 islands. Main islands are Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And the population as of 2021 is 110.4 million, ranked as the 13th most populated country in the world. And in terms of gender, we have 50.5% are male and 49.5% are female. In terms of life expectancy, for male is 68.8 and 72.3 for female. And so Philippines, as you know, is the only Christian country in the ASEAN region. So let me also give you an idea on how Islam, because Philippines is a majority Christian country, and so, but we are, Alhamdulillah, Islam came to the Philippines in the 14th century with the arrival of Muslim traders from Persian Gulf, southern India, and their followers from several sultanate governments in the Malay archipelago. Malaysia is very near to the Philippines, so history would always tell us that most of those traders are coming from Malaysia. And the first Muslims to arrive were traders, followed by missionaries in the late 14th and early 15th century. In other words, before the Philippines become a Christian country, most of those natives or people in the Philippines were Muslims. No? So even before the arrival of Spanish colonizers, we were colonized by the Spaniards for more than 300 years. And the Roman Catholicism in the Philippines Islam was already present in the country. So because of the armed conflict in Mindanao and during the martial law in the 70s, Muslims were displaced, and so they were spread, no? They become IDPs, and so they spread north to Manila.
Berkasnya mau diambil nggak? Ini udah saya bawa tadi.
Okay. So Islam is in the Philippines is the largest, the second largest religion, with followers of 5,127,084 people as of 2010. And then most of the Muslim communities are concentrated in the 5 provinces of autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao, now the Bangsamoro Autonomous in Muslim Mindanao. Remember that if you look at the history, we have struggled, we have struggled for our right to determination for 4 decades. And finally, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we have this Bangsamoro Autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao. And so among the 28 provinces in Mindanao, Mindanao is almost at the tip, very near Sabah, Malaysia. Lanao del Sur has the largest percentage of Muslim with 94% of its population practicing Islam, contributing approximately 4.05 of the island's total population. And despite majority being confined to the southern part of the Philippines, there are now Muslim communities in every province and cities because they were displaced by the armed conflict in the 70s, 80s, till 90s. So, okay, with a total, I think that's enough for you to know about Philippines. I'd like to focus on this one. The BARM is home to at least 2,979,814 Muslims, or 58% of the country's Muslim population. Now, let me give you an overview of the development of social welfare in the Philippines. Just like other countries, social work in the Philippines is also traces its roots from the European and United States. So it has an Eurocentric image. So from Europe to US and to the Philippines, because we sent, the government sent scholars to study in the US, and so when they return, they put up the social work. So, but before the civilization, in the prehistoric times, social welfare is centered around mutual protection and economic survival. This is again going back to the social collective responsibility in social work. And during the Spanish time, for 300 years, they were able to put up, of course, bringing to the Philippines Christianity, that almost majority, except people in Mindanao, were Christianized. They also brought with them funds for hospitals, asylums, orphanages, schools. And during the American period, the Office of the Public Welfare was created. So it became now a government entity. And then Commonwealth, during the Commonwealth time, after the American period, the Office of Commission of Health and Public Welfare, which was changed to Department of Health and Department of Public Welfare, were also created. So that is a story, a short story, history, the evolution of social work in the Philippines. Just as I was telling you, we don't have an indigenous social welfare, but also the roots, it traces its roots to European and American. And then the creation of social work and social welfare and social services is due to the needs. There was war, there was famine, etc., etc. But despite of that, social work has established its roots or legal basis in the Philippines. So there is the Republic Act 4373, which an act to regulate the practice of social work and the operation of social work agencies in the Philippines and for other purposes, which was approved in June 1965. So social work, the existence of social work is quite old, or she's now in her senior age. And so the program and services as well as the policies are already stable. No? Another legal basis is Republic Act number 9433, approved in April 27, 2007, which is an act providing for a Magna Carta for public social workers. No? So the declaration of policy states that the state or the Philippines shall promote and improve the social and economic well-being of public social workers, their living and working conditions in terms of employment. It also shall develop their skills and capabilities to make them more responsive to the needs and problems of their clients and better equipped in delivering social services and programs. So we have so many laws, we have so many legal bases that promote the practice of social work. So what are the benefits under this Republic Act number 9433 for public social workers? We are just sad that we only serve the public social workers, those social workers who are working in the private, in the NGOs, were not included. But the Philippine Association of Social Workers is doing its best to amend the Republic Act number 943, because it has good benefits, not just like highest basic salary upon retirement. We also have hazard allowance, because Philippines is hazardous, in terms of war, in terms of disaster. And we have also subsistence, transportation allowance, housing and living quarters allowance, clothing allowance of 1,500 a year, and longevity allowance. So the social workers in the Philippines, both Muslim and Christian social workers, are well protected by the government. So another legal basis is Republic Act number 5416 in June 15, 1968. This is an act providing for comprehensive social services for individuals and groups in need of assistance, creating for this purpose a Department of Social Welfare. So remember, during the American time in a regime during the Commonwealth, the Office of Public Welfare, or the Bureau of Public Welfare, was established. And so there was a law in 1968, long time ago. Some of you are not yet born in this in the creations of the SWD. And so in 1976, a presidential decree number 994 says that the Department of Social Welfare was renamed to Department of Social Services and Development. Another is in our since there is that we have this 7,000 island, 7,000 plus island in the Philippines, with 3 major islands, that communication and then implementation of program is so hard. There was this Republic Act number 7160 of 1999, wherein we call it Local Government Code of 1991. And this is the devolution of the implementing functions and programs of national agencies to local governments, including social welfare services that used to be administered by the Department of Social Welfare and Development. So it is the local government, the province, the city, and the municipalities that are now implementing social welfare services. So for the Muslims, we have this Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. They have also provided the Republic Act number 11054, known as the Organic Law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Hence, we have the Ministry of Social Services and Development, separate entity, separate agency for the Muslims in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. We are very lucky that the Muslims are taken care of, but the knowledge, the skills, and attitudes are of Western origin, no? Because most of our textbooks, most of our teachings are coming from, no, are taken from Western books, no. We have only very few indigenized books or locally authored books, but in most cases, these are adapted from the Western concept of social work. So for the Ministry of Social Services and Development that caters to the Muslim Filipinos in Mindanao, in some part of the country, they have the regular program that includes protective services and welfare division, disaster risk and management division. And some of the programs, no, and services of the Ministry of Social Services and Development were also funded by nationally by the SWD, no, by Department of Social Welfare and Development. And this one is the program Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, or the conditional cash transfer, no. So most of the clients, no, most of the beneficiaries of these programs are Muslim. Alhamdulillah, they are not left out, no. And another program is the Sustainable Livelihood Program and Social Welfare Structure. This program is trying to, we experience historical injustices for the 4 decades that we are always on war. We are always in conflict. So many Muslims were displaced, and so the government is trying to pay, trying to at least make up for the services, for the deprivation and marginalization of the Bangsamoro in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So Alhamdulillah, they are now being taken care of by the Ministry of Social Services and Development and also the National Department of Social Services and Development. Another law, we have so many laws, no? So this one, it is a good thing that under the Public Act number 11310, the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program is now the flagship and anti-poverty program of the government, no? And this was patterned after the Latin America's Conditional Cash Transfer Program that grants conditional cash subsidy to the poorest household in the country to improve their health, nutrition, and education. So it is now institutionalized, and so there's a great demand for social workers because they are the most skilled, the most knowledgeable, and have the right attitudes to social work practice. And so that includes Mindanao, that includes everybody. This is an inclusive approach of program, of services. There is no discrimination. If ever there is discrimination in the implementation of the 4Ps, we call it 4Ps, then it is just minimal. But it is an inclusive, holistic approach in social services. In terms of social work education, we have the Commission on Higher Education, and there's the Republic Act number 7722, which is known as the Higher Education Act, who created Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Order 11, series of 2010, where it specifically state about policies and standards for Bachelor of Science in Social Work. And then it was again revised in with the same O39 series of 2017 with an act or a same O on policy standards and guidelines of Bachelor of Science in Social Work. In same O11, only the policies and standard, but for the 39, same O39, then there is the addition of the guidelines. So we have to take the board examination. In the Philippines, we cannot practice social work if you are not registered, if you are not a licensed social workers. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. No? So there is a problem before that the age of those who will take the board exam would be at 21. No? And so with the seniors, with the new system now, the senior high school, then there was an act lowering the age requirement for applicants taking the board examination for social workers, because most of our graduates would reach age 20, no, upon graduation, and the requirement for the board exam is 21. Alhamdulillah, again, this was lower, and this is Republic Act number 10847. We have as I was telling you a while ago, we have to take the board examination, in that one of the requirements for the board examination for social workers is for us to earn 1,000 field instruction. So 1,000, you have to present a certificate of 1,000 hours practicum, social work practicum, for us to be able to take the licensure board exam for social workers. No, as I was telling you, we cannot practice without our license. No, so in a span of 13 years, from 2009 to 2021, only 13,216 or 41.58% passed out of the 31,788 social workers. This is a top exam, no? Because in most cases, the passing rate is below 50%. So what are the coverage, no, for really to have a competent social workers? We have the Professional Regulatory Board for Social Workers. They have a chair and 4 members. And based on the curriculum of social work as prescribed by the Commission on Higher Education, in coordination with the National Association for Social Work Education incorporated in the Philippines, we have more than 100 schools of social work in the Philippines. It is in great demand nowadays because of the institutionalization of the CCT program. So the areas of the licensure exam would include human behavior and social environment, social work policies, programs, and services, social work methods, working with individuals, working with groups and families, and working with communities. And we are always in the mission is for the enhancement, maintenance of the social functioning of the individual, as well as looking into the biological, psychological, social, economic, and spiritual well-being of the person. Before 10 years ago, the spiritual thing is not there. But we found out in the Philippines, after so many seminars conducted, that there is really a need for the inclusion of the spiritual well-being of the person, because it is very important. No, it's like in Islam, it is a way of life, and so we need to at least teach our students, our practitioners, to include the spiritual thing. And for the Muslim would be the Islam, the Islamic values, the Islamic practices that we have. And for the Christian is the Christian teaching. So although it is not, we are in the process of including spirituality or religion in the curriculum, but it's not yet approved. But it is integrated in some of the subjects in human behavior and social environment, in working with individuals, groups, families, and communities. May I proceed? Aside from laws, aside from the legal basis for social work, social welfare, and social work practice, there are also so many social legislations related to children, related to older persons with disabilities, family, health, labor, employment. You mentioned it, we have it, because we are the Senate and the Congress people, our representatives, would always look into the needs, problems, and the challenges of the people, and they would always create, or they would always pass a bill or a law to be able to protect our social protection, the social protection program of the SWD, which serve everyone. No one is left. No, it's inclusive. Is really for everybody. Now, of course, though how many minutes do I don't know if I still discuss the Islamic context of social work. Everyone knows this one, that aside from Islam as a way of life, it is also a complete submission, surrender, and obedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What is popular here is in Mindanao is that it always, aside from it's a way of life, it means peace, which is determined by 4 sources: the Holy Quran, the Hadith, the Sunnah, the Ijma, and the Qiyas. No? And so these things are incorporated in some of our subject, although it is not yet officially, integrated, but at our own initiative, just like if you're a Muslim social worker teaching social work, then this has to be known to them. We wish that it will be incorporated officially or legally in the curriculum. This has been after this Japan and after this research by Malaysian Filipinos on Islam in social work, we are discussing the inclusion of religion or spirituality in the context of social work. So this one, this is just a reminder to those maybe young social workers. Although Indonesia is an Islamic country, you know, majority of you are really learned in Islam, but I'd like to share this verse in the Quran that would always say that Islam is a religion of humanity. Serving others is a great act of worship. It's only in serving people that we shall have a share in Allah's mercy. And also in Surah 2, verse 83, it says, do not worship except Allah, and to parents to do good, and to relatives, orphans, and the needy, and speak to people words in established prayer and give zakah. It is here in the Philippines, we are advanced for 1 hour, so it is prayer time. But I have only 5 minutes. I think I have few slides to present, so may I continue? Okay. So I'd like to remind everyone about the global definition of social work. We are using that in the Philippines because it is relevant, it is responsive, and still applicable to our realities. And so social work is a practice-based profession in academic discipline that promotes social change and development, social cohesion, in the empowerment and liberation of people. Very, it is Islamic in context, no? Social change and development. And I would always tell my students, social change should always start within you. And development should always start within the self, because you cannot say, oh, you have to change, Abdul, you have to change, if you will not start it. And social cohesion is really very important in Islam, no? Social cohesion, we should be one, we should not be quarreling, no? And we'd always promote family solidarity. Family as the basic unit of the society should be one, united. Empowerment, so many people in the world are empowered, no? Are powerless, I mean. And so there's a need for social workers to empower them and liberate them from poverty and another biological, psychological, social, and spiritual dysfunction. So I think the principle of social justice, human rights, collective responsibility, and respect for diversities, which are very central to social work, is also central. You can see that in Islam, no? Social justice, we have to. Human rights and collective responsibility. We have to care whether, even if you are not a social worker, the collective responsibility is a must in our way of life, no? And of course, respect for diversities, because we have so many, just like in the Philippines, we have 13 of the 100 million population. We have how many percent Muslim? And among the Muslim, we have 13 ethno-linguistic groupings. We don't understand each other. What unites us is Islam, the religion. We speak differently, just like the Malaysian, the Indonesian, they have also a diverse culture, no? Sometimes we quarrel because we don't understand each other. And as I was telling you, what unites us is our religion. The 5 pillars of Islam, no? All Muslims, the 13 ethno-linguistic groupings in the Philippines, aside from the indigenous people, we have hundreds of them, would only be united through spiritual well-being, through the spirit, through a religion, through spirituality. And that's why it is very important. I concur with Dr. Hatta and also Muhammad Haq that there must be the inclusion of religion or spirituality in social work, because they're all parallel. What is social work is in Islam. What is in Islam is social work. No, I hope you believe in that, and I hope you are not yet hungry.
I'm sorry, Dr.
Yes.
Bagian. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I saw that you still have many slides, so maybe you choose the important. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, some of them are known to everyone, so I will just skip some. The zakat is known to you, to all of you. The recipient. I just want to focus on the recipient of the zakat. No, the poor, that's our client. The needy, our clients. The collectors, the new converts. We have a lot of new converts here in the Philippines, from Christianity to Islam. It's rising. It's rising. And so to free the slaves, it's also, this is in Islam. And also we also have to empower the slave, empower the people. No, we have to liberate them, and that is what we call, they are the slaves of everything. And then to help someone pay debt, we also have that clientele system in social work, in the cause of Allah, and for travelers. No, all those recipients of the zakat are also the beneficiaries of social work practice, of the social welfare. And I hope, and then the social responsibility, as I was telling you, is a must, no, to everyone. Social protection, no, and then of course humanity, and then the Pitra, we do practice, and this is very close to social work, no. During the pandemic, we have the food program, food assistance, no, and some Muslims some Muslim would help, no, because they believe in charity, no? And then okay, social justice also is very important. This one, sometimes this is we have to be reminded that of this verse, "O people, your creator is one, and you are all descendants of the same ancestor. There is no superiority of an Arab over an non-Arab, or of the black over the red, except on the basis of righteous conduct." Piety is very important. And so it is also being taught in social work. So we also have code of ethics, no? Number one, which I really practice, and I hope you practice, respect the worth and dignity of the individual. Once you respect the person, regardless of who she is or he is, then that is a real social work. Okay, there are hadiths, which I know you know. He who tries to remove the want of his brother, whether he be successful or not, God will forgive his sins. No? And to gladden the heart of a human being, to feed the hungry, to help the afflicted, to lighten the sorrow of the sorrowful, and to remove the wrongs of the injured. No? Okay, so these are the things. I think this is also related to social work, this kind of hadith. And then I think I have to end there. Maraming salamat. That is a Filipino for thank you. Terima kasih. I know terima kasih because my husband studied in Universitas in Yogyakarta for his PhD in Islamic psychology. And muchísimas gracias is a Chabacano term or a Spanish term. And of course, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Thank you very much.
Ya, maraming salamat, Profesor
Opo.
Dr. Bagian Alisa. All right. Before many people ask me how to ask. I think just first come and you first serve. This is quite difficult to organize. For those who cannot speak English, maybe you can write in the chat room. But for those who can even though with a little bit English, just say your question with a brief statement and ask ask with say your name first, your affiliation, and to whom your questions would be addressed. Ya, silahkan yang bertanya.
Hello, Pak Lesi. I can
Yeah.
come first. Sorry,
Yeah,
I didn't
Tuti.
open my camera. So
Right.
I'm Dr. Tuti Alawiyah, a lecturer at the University of Muhammadiyah, Jakarta. Nice to see you all. Ibu Dr. Alicia, Ibu Profesor Dr. Alicia, Professor Zulkarnain, and other. And it's, I think, great opportunity. And congratulations for University Islamic University Yogyakarta to hold this event. I think the issue of social work and Islam is very important, and as noted by Professor Zulkarnain earlier, that this is understudied. So I have two questions. First, to Professor Zulkarnain, that we know this is social work and Islam is understudied. However, as we know very little that Islamic social work scholars have utilized their what we call indigenous social work, and most often we still use reference for our teaching from social work literature from the Western. So how we could overcome that and improve our uniqueness to teach Islam and social work, especially in Southeast Asia. That's first question. The second question to Ibu Profesor Alicia, Ibu Jing ya, terima kasih Ibu. I think you mentioned about ethics, social work ethics and norms. I think my question is like in Indonesia, we do have Indonesian Social Work Code of Ethics. However, as we know, 99% of it adopted from National Association of Social Work America. So how in the Philippine experience, you adopt the social work ethics from the Western country and how that actually become Philippine ethics, like unique to Philippines. Thank you.
Right. Okay, we keep this. We will invite one more or two. We will fight the convening to ask more questions.
Okay, I'm going to ask something.
Yes.
Okay, my name is Azizul Anse. I am studying in Sunan Kalijaga University. So now I'm going to ask something for Professor Zaida and Professor Bagian. So my question, Filipino and Malaysia is very different country. Especially we see of religion. In Malaysia is very lot Muslim people, but in Filipina it's little Muslim people. So what's on your mind about this reality, and what's your feel and your experience when you're living in there? This question especially to Professor Bagian, and continue question to Professor Zaida. What's your perspective about your country agreement Islamic law? Whereas we now in Malaysia not only Islamic religion. Thank you.
Right. Okay. There are 4 questions. One from Tuti Alawiyah from Muhammadiyah University Jakarta, and second from Azizul Anse from UIN Sunan Kalijaga. And question were addressed to 3 presenters. One to Zulkarnain Hatta, and second to Alicia, and the third to Zarina. So Professor Zulkarnain Hatta, would you please to respond?
Terima kasih, Dr. Tuti.
Yeah,
So
sama-sama.
your question is regarding indigenization and the literature that's available for us in our region. Like I mentioned earlier, unfortunately, we are at the losing end in terms of references, Islamic references. I have yet to find a comprehensive or array of books pertaining Islam and social work, pertaining to Islam and social work. We exist in the present situation. We have, I think, not a lot, but there are enough references in journals, articles by writers all over the world talking about the issue of social work and Islam. But in terms of text that we can use, unfortunately, from my limited observation, we do not have it yet, that we can use it as a text for us to teach our students. And regarding indigenization, I like to bring to our attention Professor Tatsumuro Akimoto, who's from Japan, a dear friend of mine, who don't even like the word indigenization, because to him, indigenization is simply taking somebody's Western model or whatever model and then adjusting it to our local needs. So that to him is not pure. So he is more radical than you think I am. He says we need a purist which is totally local and totally, if it's going to be religious based, totally based on the religion on the teachings of the religion, rather than adopting and adjusting, or what we call assimilating. So indigenization is a form of integration and assimilation. So Professor Tatsuro, he is more firm in that sense. I hope I answer you to your satisfaction, Dr. Tuti. Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Yeah, right. And now, Dr. Alicia, to respond to Tuti Alawiyah and Azizul answer.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Those are good questions. So the first question is about the Code of Ethics, which was accordingly patterned to the National Association of Social Workers, which is an American thing. No? The Philippine Association of Social Workers in the Philippines, of which all those registered social workers are members, was able to revise the Code of Ethics based on our needs, based on our values. So it is Philippinized kind of Code of Ethics. No? And so if ever there are words that are adopted, then maybe it is just 50% of the National Association of Social Workers idea of the Code of Ethics. So we are the National Association of Social Workers, a National Association for Social Work Education, or in short, NASWE, as well as the Professional Regulatory Board for Social Workers and the Commission on Higher Education, and also Philippine Association of Social Workers had a meeting during the pandemic. I think it started 2020. We met, and then we tried our best to revise the code of ethics based on the Philippine setting. So we have the code of ethics in general. We have also code of ethics for colleagues. We have also code of ethics for the client, no, and also there are three kinds of code of ethics that we were able to come up to accomplish. And so it is now being it was submitted for approval to the three major agencies now. In the Philippines, we have also this ASEAN Social Work Consortium Philippine chapter, no, in line with the ASEAN Consortium, no. And then on the living in minority, Muslim living in minority in the Philippines, yeah, we are only something like 5 million, and we are scattered all over the Philippines. Before the war, during the war, during the armed conflict for 4 decades, we are deprived, we are neglected, we are oppressed. We have these 4 years in conflict with the government. No? A lot of Muslims were killed, properties damaged. It's very emotional, you know, and also displaced. So if you notice, in the 70s, 80s, 90s, Filipino Muslims are only found in Mindanao. But because of the armed conflict in Mindanao, most of our Muslims, some of our Muslims were scattered or migrated to safe places like in Visayas, in Luzon. But what is good among us Muslim in the Philippines, we bring our religion. In every community that there's a Muslim, there's the masjid, no? There's the masjid in the practice Islam, no? And they were able to convert some of the Christians to Islam, and we call them Balik Islam. In terms of programming services, in terms of social welfare, in the past we were, you know, we were discriminated because of we are known to be we are known to be not peace-loving person. No? That is why when you talk about Islam in the Philippines, it means peace because we are peaceful individuals. We are peaceful Muslim. No? And so, but with the new, with the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao, and then now Bangsamoro region for Muslim Mindanao, then we are integrated. We are being, you know, we are being loved, and we have a separate government or agencies that serve us. We have the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. We have also the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. We are trying our best to recover. No, we are still in the recovery stage of the armed conflict that we experienced for 4 decades. No, Alhamdulillah, the government, I hope, is sincere and faithful and cared for the Muslim in the Philippines. No, it's a long story. We have this, we term it historical injustices to the Bangsamoro people, and hopefully we will be able to attain peace, happiness, and tranquility in the name of Islam. Thank you very much. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Ibu Jing. That's great. To know about how social work in Philippines.
Yes, Ibu, we met in Japan.
Yes, thank you, Ibu Jing.
Yeah, I missed you.
All right, thank you, Ibu Alicia. Right now, I will bring the opportunity to Zarina binti Matsaad. Question from Azizul Anseh.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dr. Zulkifli. I don't really get what Mr. Azizul's question, but from what I understand, what is the reality of practicing social work in a Muslim country with a Muslim law? Is that correct? Okay, to respond to that question, I guess maybe other Malaysians are not agree with me, but from my opinion, Malaysia is of course a Muslim country, and the majority are Muslims or Malays, and sometimes we take for granted, you know. Of course, we have basic or foundations, a strong foundation of Islam, but when it comes to social work, professional social work, we are still limit ourselves or follow the Eurocentric professional social work from the Western. Yeah, that's why I said before, there are some academicians who are not comfortable, you know, integrate social work and Islamic perspective. Because we have other ethnic groups also, we have other religions also in this country. So we want to, you know, make sure the harmony in the country. So that's why sometimes practitioners or academicians, they are not comfortable, you know, referring to certain religions or ethnics. The second one, maybe because of the backgrounds of the academic background of the practitioners or academicians, you know, themselves, they are trained from the Western. So when they come back to the country, they are still, you know, trapped or dominated in that model. So what I'm trying to say here is that we have very strong foundation, but in terms of doing interventions, sometimes we take for granted. We assume that our clients are not in, you know, we do not want to preach them to be a good person. So, you know, sometimes it's happened, but there are academicians or practitioners who are really comfortable, you know, using social work and Islamic, you know, along the line when they provide interventions to their clients. I guess one of the reason being is we need more Islamic literatures, and we need to record what are the models, Islamic models or Islamic perspective frameworks. When we provide interventions, for example, to the unwed mothers, what are the model, Islamic model that we can use? We have the foundation, but when we want to implement it, we still refer to the Western model. I hope I answer your question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zarina.
Moderator, I saw a question for me from Ibu Nismah Konita. The question is, when it comes to indigenizing social work in the religious context, how to avoid bias that may lead to possibility of stigmatization? My answer is to ask you back, I'm not certain. The stigmatization is by society or towards the client. Can you clarify your question, please, Bu Nisma? Okay, first of all, in what sense will the client feel that he or she, especially in this case, is being stigmatized? Simply because she is having this wonderful attitude of tawakal, syukur, qana'ah. So why should she feel that she is going to be stigmatized? Of course, as Muslim, she has to accept the reality of what Allah has given her. Blue baby, postmortem depression. First of all, she must accept the situation. And as social workers, we will work it out with her, the steps to bring about the out of a depression, okay? But she should not feel stigmatized if she is going through the Islamic mechanism. Is that what you're trying to say? That if one were to go through the Islamic mechanism, then there is a possibility of one being stigmatized. Is that how you see it? See, the beauty of Islam is that everything is from Allah. The depression, all the problems, COVID-19, everything is from our Creator. First and foremost, we should not complain, accept it, but it doesn't end there. As social workers, we try to find the best means of mitigating the issue. This is where our professional skills comes in. The listening, the empathy, the non-judgmental, and all those beautiful things that we learn, that we learn from the West, but it's all in there in Islam through our akhlaq. I hope I have answered you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Professor Zulhata. These are powerful words from you, I think. So, how many minutes to go? I think I look at here right now is 40 past 11. So we still have 20 minutes, I think, and we'll invite two more people, convenees, to have questions. Just go ahead. Just go ahead. Oh, if not, what about Muhammad Izul Haq? What's the experience you can bring from Canada about the indigenizations of social work and practices among the imams? I know that you have conducted some research in mosques in Great Montreal, city of Montreal. What is the experience of that?
Sorry, Mr. Zulkifli, I noticed that there is a question in the chat box.
Yeah, okay, just go ahead. Yeah.
So to answer your question regarding my current research, so I studied the role of mosque in providing services to sponsor refugee resettlement in Canada, and it's still underway. So what I can say, they just follow the teaching of Islam. They are motivated by the Islamic tenets regarding providing humanitarian assistance to the needy people, and yeah, they're still struggling to find more professional way to do the activities because they much rely on volunteerisms in doing the service. And yeah, we acknowledge I acknowledge that the lack of Muslim social workers could impede the progress of such efforts.
Yeah, but okay, thank you so much. There is one question interesting here. I am Taufik, a social worker and public policy expert. I'm interested in this seminar. I want to ask, what are social workers in the Philippines and Malaysia and Asia countries? Do social workers play a very important role in the COVID-19 pandemic era that is currently happening? Do social workers also get a good place in the country? In Indonesia, the Ministry of Social Affairs is one of the forums for social workers. Only needs help from friends from Malaysia and other ASEAN countries so that the role of social workers can get a strategic role in Indonesia, because the Ministry of Social Affairs does not know much.
Saya kira di sini pas dulu banget. From the Philippines, may I answer some of the question?
Okay.
This is everybody is affected with the pandemic, and so the lead agency is the Department of Social Welfare and Development, and also those in the local government units. So among the registered social workers or the United Registered Social Workers, we organize ourselves in the entire country to come to serve, to be of service to those COVID-19 survivors as well as their families through psychosocial services, the psychological first aid, as well as the psychological. There's another term for that. It's almost like counseling, And also the social workers in the Philippines are the frontliners in terms of the social amelioration program, wherein some food assistance and also material assistance are given or extended to those victims of the COVID-19. So it's not, and then we also have to coordinate with the medical social workers and also the psychologists in terms of the mental health issues, because during the pandemic, we noticed that the mental health issues is really a problem here in the Philippines. And so psychological first aid and psychosocial is the other one. We do that because we were trained on that. And so we are always on the go, we organize ourselves as volunteers, and aside from the staff of the SWD, who are frontliners, where the social workers has a big, huge role during the pandemic. And even in the hospitals, the medical social workers are multi-tasked, in terms of the mental health as well as the health problems of the people affected with the pandemic. In the country now, every Sunday we are on lockdown, and also we cannot just easily enter a place without the swab, So it has also a psychological effect on us, But social workers are really trained to be able to serve those who are in need. Although we are also, most of our social workers are also survivors of COVID-19. Most of them, because they're exposed to the virus, to people, they are helping during the distribution of the financial assistance. They are also, victims of COVID-19. So this is really a worldwide problem that we have to be united in. That spiritual thing should come in. The last thing to do is the spiritual aspect of life. Yes. So thank you very much.
Yeah. What about Zarina binti Masad and Professor Zul Hatta? Still, you need to say something about the Malaysian experience.
Okay. I think what Professor Bagian Alicia have in has in Philippines. We also have that kinds of helps. And the role of social workers in Malaysia mostly come from the Department of Social Welfare Malaysia. So it is under the Ministry of Women, Family and Social Welfare. And as for the other government agencies like Ministry of Health, we also have collaborations, provide not only basic necessity like food, we also provide psychological supports during this COVID-19 pandemic. And even our NGOs, one of very prominent NGO in Malaysia is Mercy. We also provide social workers who have their own helpline. So those who are affected, they can call and get help in terms of psychological supports, or if they need basic necessities. And even for us, academician in social work department, we also have set up a helpline. We call it PSG group, psychological group, whereby we promote throughout the country. If they need any psychological helps during this COVID-19 pandemic, they can contact us, and we try very hard, but our best to provide this support. Sometimes, during pandemic, it's not only about basic necessity. There are from the statistic, there are so many social problem arises, like suicidals, depression, domestic violence. So we work together with other ministry, not only from the Department of Social Welfare. We also collaborate we collaborate our intervention services with other NGO as well. So I think during this pandemic, the roles of social workers are highlighted and very important to help the government recuperate from this pandemic. Thank you.
Yeah. If I may add a little bit regarding Malaysian situation, this COVID is creating a lot of social problems. Poverty, unemployment, anything that under the scope of social work, it is there. And as rightly mentioned by Dr. Zarina, most of it are being handled by the Ministry of Welfare Ministry and Jabatan Kebajikan Masyarakat. And there are also, of course, numerous agencies, NGOs, political parties, and religious bodies. However, the unique thing about Malaysia is that we do not have a social work act which do not assign the term social workers. So if you want official designation of social workers, it is very little, very few that have that designation. But if you were to broaden up the definition and not take on IAASW definition and the global definition, then everybody is doing social work now. So that leads back to a very very fundamental question of who exactly are the social workers. When I was a young graduate, getting my PhD and coming back and giving a talk at the conference, one old man asked me, because I was adamant that social workers must have MSW, at the very least BSW, MSW, and a PhD. Okay, then you can be qualified as a social worker. Not taking into consideration taking the license exam and everything. So one Indian gentleman asked me, "Sir, how would you define then Jesus Christ, Gautama Buddha, Prophet Muhammad, Mother Teresa? Aren't they social workers?" He caught me there. He checkmated me. I couldn't answer him. He humbled me. So we should not be so narrow in our definition that social workers must only be those who have graduated. I have moved from that position to taking a much more broader definition of a social worker is social worker. Social work is social work. But why we need to define it as alternative social work versus professional social work versus Islamic versus Buddhist, this ongoing discussion will never end. So I do not know whether that answers your question, but that is the thing that we have to keep on having a conversation. And what is important is not to say that ours is the best and yours is not social work. So, as an example, in Sri Lanka, it is the Buddhists who claims that they are the real social workers. And those who are with a degree of PhD, DSW, you are alternative. You are alternative social workers. So how about that? Food for thought for all of us. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Professor Zulhata. We still have 5 minutes. Yeah. I don't think that we will invite one more. If in urgent, somebody will just jump up with a short question. Yeah, if someone with short question. All right. If not, then my name is Zulkifli Lesi. I graduated from Indiana School of Social Work, Indiana State, US. I'm a faculty at the Fakultas Pasca Sarjana or School of Graduate Studies, UIN Sunan Kalijaga. On behalf of Rector, Professor Al-Makin, also the Dean of the School of Dakwah and Communication, Professor Marhumah, MPD, we are so grateful for the international, our honor presenters, Professor Dr. Bagian Alises Ahmad Abdul Karim, Zarina, Professor Dr. Zarina binti Mat Saad from University Utara Malaysia, bagian from Western Mindanao, Zamboanga. Okay, just guess. And also Professor Zulhata, also from Malaysia. The last one is Muhammad Izul Haq, a PhD student, School of Social Work, McGill University, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Also the committee, the machine help desk, and also for Dr. Bagian, I saw somebody, maybe husband behind as a helper. Thank you so much for the successful conference. We wish that in the future, after the COVID, our leg is itching. We would like to go abroad, traveling, just because of the pandemic that barring us from going to University Utara Malaysia for the collaboration with Zarina and Professor Zulhata. And I hope so in the future. And right now it's 57 past 11. We will have one remark conclusion from Zulhata, Professor Zulhata, if you have just 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Pak. Terima kasih. I don't have much more to say, except that let us continue having the discussion of having an Islamic component in our curriculum. It is vital. I know friends in America, Professor Barbara Shang, that they have a Christian-based curriculum. And as I mentioned earlier, Japanese colleagues, in collaboration with Vietnamese and Sri Lankan and Thai, they are working on a curriculum based on Buddhist teachings. So why aren't we, as Muslims, not following suit? It is not simply, it is a trend, but it is the right thing to do, as far as I see it. But we will be facing a lot of obstacles from our fellow Muslims and from the policymakers. especially in countries like Malaysia, where we need to go through the MQA and the ministry. But whatever it is, in the event that it comes to a fruition of having a curriculum, Islamic social work curriculum, we will still keep the professional process of meeting the course CLO, course learning outcome, the PLO, program learning outcome, and all those standards to make it transparent and professional. Still a long way to go, but this webinar is, I think, a first step in our journey to fulfill the mission of bringing Islamic component as a mainstream, not as a periphery, okay, as a mainstream in our curriculum. Terima kasih.
I support the idea of the ASEAN region as well as the Muslim countries to meet and then talk about spirituality or Islam in social work. We have started this, you have started this, and so we continue through webinar. We can invite people from social workers from Egypt, from Iran, from the Middle East, and let's come up with our own social work in Islam, because this is really very close. And I always tell my students the pathway to heaven or paradise is being a social worker. I don't know if you agree with that, but that is my personal view. Me being a social worker for 41 years, I just retired from the government and still doing social work, social work in my community. So good luck to us, ASEAN region social workers. Let's move, let's go for Islam in social work. We will move mountains, to be able to come up with Islam in social work literatures, to be able to teach our next generation about Islam in social work. Let's do it. It's a deal.
You still have from Zarina, this last word.
Okay. Actually, I'm all in. I'm in with Professor Hatta and also Prof. Bagian Alicia. I think this is a very good avenue for us. So I would like to take this opportunity also to congratulate the committee for arranging this international webinar and discuss and focus on Islamic social work. So I think this is a good start for us, and I hope to work together with other Muslim countries and to come up with our own Islamic social work framework. Okay, thank you.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Yeah. Oh, hi. Hey, I know you. This is from
Imran Rosadi. Imran Rosadi.
Halo Profesor, apa kabar? Profesor Bagian
Apa
Alisa.
kabar? Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Nice to see you.
I'm in Minister of Social Affairs.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We met 2 years ago, 3 years ago again in Yogyakarta Airport.
Okay. Please come visit to our office.
Yeah, inshallah.
Yeah.
Without the COVID.
Is it continues to international webinar or close?
Close?
Still continues or close?
Which one?
This webinar.
I don't know.
Seminar.
Closing ceremony? Do they have? It's 12:03.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Maybe he's gone. My husband is done with his PhD in Universitas Muhammadiyah.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I see.
What happened? No closing ceremony? Oh, that's the end.
Apa Ibu Panitia, apa ada closing ceremony atau bagaimana ini?
Sebentar ya Mbak Kuni, are you online?
Okay.
Kan ditutup sama Kuni, ketemu kok nggak ditutup.
Iya Pak, diserahkan ke MC.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the amazing international webinar that has bring us to the ocean of knowledge, of course, of social worker and Islamic, yeah. Okay, thank you very much to all great speakers, and thank you for Dr. Zulkifli Lesi PhD, who has guided this webinar become an exciting webinar. Okay, and never forget to thanks to all the audience. Yeah, and we have arrived at the end of the event section 1, and we do apologize previously for any mistakes. And thank you so much for nice attention from the audience. Okay, let's close this international webinar by reciting Hamdalah together.
Alhamdulillahirabbil
Alamin.
Thank you for joining.
Foto bersama Mbak.
Yeah,
Foto.
we can take picture together. I want to.
Yeah.
Nyalakan kamera.
Please be on cam and don't leave the meeting. We will have the picture together.
Yes.